Greetings, everyone. We are Crit Cats, and you are watching Descent into Avernus Mondays. We last left our heroes in Fort Knucklebone after they had just become honorary Knucklebones. And they all wake up after having crazy dreams.
Francis woke up and he's sweating more than he usually does here in Avernus, and his eyes are like glowing red with fury.
Lulu is still snoring.
Ned wakes up. What's the word I'm looking? Excitable is not quite the word I'm looking for, but he's kind of hyped up. He's holding his weapon. He's kind of grunting, and then after a few minutes, he kind of calms down, and he actually looks happy.
The moment that Vice's eyes shoot open, she immediately begins collecting any belongings that she had with her that she might have put down in order to rest, and just starts getting ready to leave.
Rozzy just wakes up and looks very singularly concentrated, starts sharpening her axe and pacing and looking out at the river, ready to leave.
Vargas just pops up. Draga. Clutching his wand of the War Mage, he looks around, slowly calms down as he realizes where he is.
What was that, Vargas? Did you say something?
I just remembered something from a time long ago. Draga. But never mind. We have some water machines to inhabit. Let's go.
Rozzy, Ned, being as we're going to need to be going around these wastelands, intimidation might be a good idea. Come here, I got some ideas. Come here. And I'll start ushering him over to this scrap heap. It's over in the top right.
Yeah.
And I'm grabbing, because you said that there was bodies up here as well, with like some bones, Kenji.
Yeah.
I'm going to be digging through it, looking for some pieces. I'm looking for one that sort of looks like a fin, maybe from like a rotor from a wheel. Looking for some small finger bones. And then I'm looking for some rib bones as well.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you can find all the pieces you need. It may take you a little time to dig through the refuse, but...
Okay. And I'll take all of my tools and I'll ask Ned and Rozzy for their helmets and breastplate, and in the case of Ned, the top part of your armor.
Yeah. Just don't put anything on the runes. They got purpose.
I understand. I'll keep away from them.
Don't let Ned touch my armor.
Yep, I got you. So with Rozzy, I'm going to take that rotor and I'm going to cut it off so it's about a third of the rotor, almost in like the shape of a mohawk. And I'm going to take a helm for her, and I'm going to weld the rotor so it looks like a mohawk straight down the center of the helm. And then I'm going to take a chain and attach it to the sides here and hang the finger bones down in front of it to almost create like a dust screen, so when she's riding the motorcycle, it'll look a lot more badass. With Ned, I'm going to take his helmet and I'm going to take those rib bones and I'm going to stick 2 of them out like horns out the side of his helm. And then on his chest plate, I'm going to take some smaller ones out to larger ones, almost like a flared shoulder pad situation. And then for myself, I'm going to take similar to that rotor, but I'm going to put it so that it's facing up, almost like the dorsal fin of an animal sea creature, having it sticking out in front of my own head. I'm going to hand it off to them.
I don't suppose you actually put any thought into this one.
No, not at all. I wasn't planning for an entire week.
No, of course not. There's one sort of major issue with that, of course, and that's Francis doesn't know what a welder is. So in order for you to get the proper training on that, you're going to need to spend some time with the Knucklebones gang doing exactly just that.
I'll the ones here. The ones here in the center of the hand here, weren't some of them welding earlier, or some of them down here towards the infernal war machines at the bottom?
Let's just say, for the sake of argument, yeah, they are operating welding machines. But that's going to take some time for you to learn their proper use.
I'll take it over to them and ask. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll go up to these guys here.
This madcap here.
Oh yeah. I'll ask actually the red caps. I don't quite trust the madcaps. I got a request for you. Being as we're going to be out here in the infernal wastelands, might behoove us in our quest to get the piece for the war machine, the tormentor down there at the bottom, to look a little more gruff and well battle worn. I was wondering, could you help me weld some of these metal pieces to our existing armor?
The red cap is sort of digging through the trash, and he says, "You probably need to ask the welding crew." And the red cap, who is standing immediately to his left, walks over and says, "Yeah, you probably need to ask the welding crew. But Mad Maggie's looking for you."
All right, maybe I'll do it a little bit later. Thank you. And I'll head back over towards Mad Maggie, and I'll hand Ned and Rozzy their stuff and say, maybe I'll do it when we get back from this supply run. But here, and I'll take the parts that I've found and I'll stash them somewhere here in Mad Maggie's hut, just so that I can keep track of them.
That's a good idea, Frankie. But you know who could really use some sprucing up is Vice. She needs to look a lot more tough out here, don't you think?
I think Vice can hold her own.
Oh yeah, she can hold her own. I'm just saying she looks like she's about to throw up all the time. Maybe some spikes or something would clear that image, you know.
All right, let me think about it.
As you all start to make your way back toward Mad Maggie's hovel, she says, "Well, boys and girls, it's about time to hit the road. Is everyone ready?"
Yeah, I do believe I'm ready.
Now, as things stand currently, we are making repairs to a number of the vehicles here. Most notably, our Tormentor-class vehicle requires a large armor plate. So we're going to go and poke around and maybe look at some junkyards and old battle sites and such and see what we can find. Today we're going to be riding out in my Happy Mobile. That's what I call my scavenger-class vehicle. It's got a nice, large grappling hook on the back that we can use to carry large objects. We can even carry smaller war machines like that that Devil's Ride class vehicle.
All right.
Yeah, sounds good.
Now, because none of you have gotten any real professional training in the matter, I'm going to have to ask that you not take any of the action stations just until we get back and we train you how to operate these vehicles, you understand?
It's fine.
Action
Maybe we can observe those in the action stations just to get a little bit of a idea on how they operate.
That would be most wise. And at that
Great.
point, she puts 2 fingers in her mouth and whistles. In the distance, you hear shuffling, as if people are making ready. A few moments later, one of these scavenger class vehicles rolls into the front. Mad Maggie climbs into the helm. Chuck and Clonk take some of the action stations. And a small gate swings open, bidding you to board.
All right, up you go. How high up
Lord.
off the ground is the door?
A couple of feet.
All right, I'll kneel down in front of there and put my knee up so that the shorter ones can hop in.
By that you mean
Oh,
Ned.
thank you.
Ned and Vargas.
All right.
After Ned goes, I'll go second, and then like clean his knee as I get up.
I'll hop in after the two of them.
Very well.
Yep.
All right. Go ahead.
Vice will hop in last, but she's just side-eyeing everything this entire time. Just, like, very suspicious of the world around her.
Ned's loving it. He's just right at home.
All right. The lot of you ride through the Avernon Waste for some time. A couple of hours. And after a little while, you grow used to the engine roar and the bumps. Every now and then, when you travel near the river Styx, you see small creatures crawling out of it.
What's that coming out of the river? I thought nothing could survive in there.
Those are what you would call lemurs, the lowest of devils. When a soul ends up here in Avernus, they start at the bottom of the infernal hierarchy. They have to work their way up to becoming greater devils.
That looks nothing like a lemur.
More like a lemming, huh?
So that's how it works. They work the way up.
Anybody who's spent a little bit of time researching this in Candlekeep would know a little bit about the infernal hierarchy. Like, this is like Vice's area of specialty.
So how exactly does one work their way up? How does one of these lemurs become an imp, for instance?
Probably bribery.
Or some other kind of clever matter.
I'm sure it's not a bootstrap situation.
Does it have to be clever?
Or something along those lines.
I'm asking for a friend, of course.
As you approach what looks like an old battle site, a large scrap heap, you realize that to get near it, you have to cross through a narrows where it looks like the passage across the river Styx is sort of broken up. But fortunately, a Nuparibo swarm is trying to make the same passage. And as Mad Maggie's Happy Mobile plows through it, She crushes a number of the Nuparibos beneath the vehicle's wheels. However, as you draw near, it looks like there is already a whole mess of infernal war machines that are facing each other down in front of this scrap heap. On one side, you see 3 large vehicles. One is very, very large, much larger than the rest. That is a Demon Grinder class vehicle. And I'm not sure if I've showed you this as of yet. Here we go. This is the largest of the infernal war machines.
I want it.
Flanking it are 2 Tormentor class vehicles. All 3 of which appear to have some sort of strange gilded armor. At the fore, in the helm of the Demon Grinder class vehicle, is a tall, willowy figure. She wears a long flowing robe and a parasol made out of bone and human flesh. Mad Maggie leans over and says, "That there's Fionor, one of the Avernus Warlords. All of her crew are undead. She's what you'd call a necromancer." And directly across from her, there appear to be 3 Devil's Rides, a Tormentor, and another Demon Grinder. And at the helm of the Demon Grinder is a Chain Devil. That there's Princeps Kovic. He was the leader of the Nine Hells 8th Infantry Legion, Terror Incarnate. And now, he's one of the Avernus Warlords.
Where is he? In the Gilded Demon Grinder or the other one?
Negative, the other one.
Okay, just checking.
And you can hear that they are cursing at each other. Anybody who speaks Infernal, is that just Vice? Nobody else speaks
Not me.
Infernal.
Not me.
Vice, you can very clearly hear that they are arguing over the contents of the scrap heap. Mad Maggie leans over and sort of quasi-translates. Says, "They both want what's in that junk pile." But as Mad Maggie approaches with her vehicle, the 2 stop, and they turn to face Mad Maggie, asking her, well, it's Mad Maggie. Are you going to interfere? Is this going to be a 3-way conflict today?" To which Mad Maggie replies, "Oh, no. You can very clearly see that I'm outmatched here. I want no part of this. Perhaps I'll just sit here in the back and watch." At which point, they begin to carry on, arguing over who is there first and who has a better claim.
Mad Maggie, a moment of your time, if I could.
What you have in mind?
Look, I don't know for sure about that woman with the parasol, but well, I don't want to get into it too much, but if there is a conflict, I wouldn't mind helping out the guy in the chains.
Well, with all due respect, I think we're just going to have to sit this one out. You see, Princeps Kovic there, all of his vehicles are crewed by devils. We are outnumbered. Fiona is probably more than a match for him. She's got a whole army of undead. If they die mid-combat, she just brings them back. They say she's unbeatable.
Yeah,
What if there's nothing left of those undead, though? If there's nothing to bring back?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, but we definitely can't take both of them now, can we?
Aye, better to wait and see who's left.
At which point Mad Maggie says, "Nah, I've got a better idea. You see that very large plate of metal there?"
Aye.
And she turns around and nods her head. At which point Chukka, who is operating the crane, lowers it and grabs a hold of the metal plate.
Alright. Are they gonna chase us for this?
Everybody strap in.
I'm just thinking of the scene from The Office where Kevin's
With
just
Kevin
standing and doing a presentation.
4, 5.
As Mad Maggie's vehicle attaches to the armor plate and hoists it, she begins to take off at full speed. At first, the other warlords are stunned. They can't believe what's going on. But as she begins to make a break for it, you hear the roar of engines as everyone's vehicles start up. As their vehicles are rearing about, it looks like you're going to make a clean break. When out of nowhere comes yet another demon grinder from behind a large rock outcropping. And I'm getting an echo from somewhere. There we go. You can clearly see that at the helm of this demon grinder is a werebore.
That son of a bitch, he survived.
And the demon grinder closes in on Mad Maggie's Happy Mobile with great speed on a collision course. Mad Maggie says, "Everyone brace for impact!" At which point the demon grinder collides with Mad Maggie's Happy Mobile. I need everyone to roll me a dexterity saving throw.
You all get +3.
Uh-oh. Vice.
Vice gets knocked to the deck and slides around just a little bit until Clonk grabs a hold of her shoulder. At that point, Ragadraga yells from the helm, "Maggie!" And Maggie yells over, "Ragadraga, what the hell do you want?" To which Ragadraga replies, "Maggie, I love you. Join me. We can rule Avernus together." And as the two vehicles, now locked together, careen towards the edge of the river Styx, Mad Maggie yells back, "You hog-faced, wart-nosed moron! You're gonna kill us all!" To which Ragadraga replies, "You know how sensitive I am about my lycanthropy. Don't say that." At which point Mad Maggie says, "Somebody help me! Take the wheel!"
Oh, I'll jump up there if nobody else does.
Go for it.
Ned, I need you to roll me a that'll do it. Yeah, I need you to roll me a dexterity check.
Check.
You can call it sleight of hand or acrobatics if you have either of those.
Oh no.
So this is
We're
what
gonna
happens.
die.
I don't have either.
You turn the wheel the wrong way. Which,
How do you work this thing?
Why did we let Ned do this?
It fortunately causes the vehicles to become dislodged from each other. Ragadraga's Demon Grinder flips end over end, and so too does Mad Maggie's Happy Mobile. But by curious quirk of fate, one of those vehicles tumbles to the other side of the river Styx, whereas Ragadraga's Demon Grinder ends up capsized. And you can see, as you're somehow making a miraculous getaway, you see his fist raise out from underneath the helm.
On.
Is he in range of the fireball?
What's the range on that?
That is 150 feet.
I think you're
Can
just
Vice-
out of range.
Damn.
If he starts reaching for a fireball, can Vice just like slap his hand? Stop it. No.
You don't know what this one has done.
I don't
Don't
care
push
what
you.
that one has done.
He deserves it.
Okay, well, this is not our war.
Speak
It
for
will be
yourself.
soon.
As you are speeding away now from the river Styx, leaving it behind you, you can see that the two clouds, essentially, of war machines have sort of come to a screeching halt near the bank, not willing to risk the loss of their vehicles by trying to drive it across small bits of rock and what's left of Nuparibos.
See? I'm a great driver.
Falling
Ned,
with
you did well.
style.
And after a few short hours riding on the back of Mad Maggie's Happy Mobile, you all make it back to Fort Knucklebone. You disembark from the
Maggie.
vehicle, and Chukka and Clonk take it to park. Mad Maggie invites you back into her hovel for some tea. And she says, "That was exemplary, friends. We'll have that tormentor up and running soon enough. But first, let's have us a bite to eat, and then we'll train you on how to use these war machines."
No complaints here. But Maggie, I see that Ragadraga knows you well.
He's been trying to get me to join his gang for a long time now.
Don't suppose you might be open to a trade in the future?
What did you have in mind?
Well, I would like to get that Ragadraga in a trap. There'd be some sweet sense of irony there. Do you think you could perhaps pull that off if I were to make it worth your while in the future?
I'm willing to negotiate.
Alright, that's all I needed to know. Thank you, Mad Maggie.
After
Well
a brief
then.
rest, the Knucklebones gang begin to go over the basic operation of infernal war machines, starting with the fuel. Infernal war machines are powered by soul coins. And that is why they are so important to the Avernus Warlords. Only one person drives one of the war machines at any given time. There are several other stations most of them being weapon turrets and things like that. In a scavenger class vehicle, of course, there's also the crane, the grappling hook. Now, the two vehicles that the Knucklebones gang have decided to give to you, one of them is this Devil's Ride, which we talked about last time. You can view the full stats, I think. Should be in your journal. And also, this Tormentor class vehicle. And after a few short hours, during which time they train you in the use of welding equipment, they manage to weld the large infernal iron plate to the front of the Tormentor, making it whole again.
How would we go about seeing the stats on those?
Is it not in your journal?
They're showing in the character section, but when I click on it, it's just a picture.
Huh. You can't click the character sheet tab?
It's not showing for me. It just says bio and info. Maybe it has to be listed as controlled by.
Possibly. Let's try now.
For the Tormentor?
Yes. I'll enable it.
There it is. Yep. Nice.
So the Devil's Ride class vehicle has the unique feature that it can pull stunts, but it has no weapon turrets. The Tormentor class vehicle has weapon turrets.
So we're giving the Barbarian the vehicle that can do stunts?
That is up for you guys to decide.
I think the Barbarian is taking the vehicle that can do stunts.
I'm sorry, I was reading. What?
I said, so we're giving the Barbarian the vehicle that does stunts.
The bike? The bike is
Yeah.
dead. Bibs on the bike.
Yeah.
I'm reading about soul fuel.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up stuff.
So how does this damage threshold versus mishap threshold work?
If you take damage below, or your vehicle takes damage below the damage threshold, the vehicle takes no damage. If the vehicle takes damage equal to or above the mishap threshold, a mishap happens.
Gotcha, okay. Okay.
So to discuss amongst yourselves how you want to crew these vehicles, please place your tokens in the appropriate compartments when you've decided.
What does a harpoon flinger work off of when it comes to like hitting?
Yeah, if I get an attack bonus with the harpoon, then maybe I should mend that.
It should say.
It says Harpoon Flinger is +7 attack. 120 foot reach.
It's a melee weapon.
So it's a flat +7, doesn't matter what our stats are.
Yeah, it's a turret.
So will that be a place which could be seen out of to cast spells potentially?
Unless it says full cover, then yes.
Cool. I mean, I don't see that anywhere, but
Yeah,
It says next to Harpoon Flinger, it says grants half cover.
Cover.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Is it the Tormentor thing? Because that's still loading for me.
Yeah, Tormentor.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, that's still loading. Alright. Can
Try
you
refreshing
see out the
page.
back?
Should have loaded.
Oh no, it's just because I'm using my phone's data to
Tethered
do
internet.
everything. Yeah,
I
there's
think
still
it-
no Wi-Fi after all this time.
I I think it would make most sense to have our casters with their hands free.
I'm going to preemptively put myself in the back.
Right, and so this spot here can see out the back, right? It's not just like
Sure.
nothing.
They're
Okay.
actually sort of like at the flank, at the rear. One on the left side, one on the right side.
Okay.
So when driving, Ned had to make a dexterity check. Is that something that we would know is typical for driving? Or is that just in that specific scenario?
Thingy, right?
I mean, it would probably have been explained to us by the
Does
knucklebone.
not say that on the under action stations.
Driving use direction to grant the tormentor advantage on dexterity saving throws. It talks about hitting people and them needing to make dexterity saving throws, but it doesn't say anything
A
about.
machine with no driver automatically fails dexterity saving throws. So I believe it's. I think the vehicle has to make dexterity saving throws to avoid mishaps and such. And I'd kind of like to have the mishaps be surprises for now. But half of them are strength and half of them are dexterity.
I guess what I don't understand is so the tormentor has a strength and a dexterity score. Is the vehicle making the check, or is the driver making
actually
the check?
making the check?
Okay, so it doesn't really matter which person goes where.
Yeah, because the vehicles have their own stat blocks.
Okay. I mean,
Well,
up to you. Which one do you want?
Ned thinks he's an expert driver, so
Deal.
he'll jump in the helm.
I'll take the harpoon flinger.
Because he's done it once.
All right.
Sitting in the very back, Vice is going to whip out her keychains and just start praying.
Oh, where's
I
Lulu
didn't see
going to
any
be?
stat blocks for the Devil's Ride.
It should be in your journal.
Yeah, I click on it and it's just blank.
Maybe it's taken a while to come up. I see it.
Yeah, I see
Or
too.
maybe you didn't get permissions yet.
No, I set it to all players.
Oh,
I can see it, yeah.
Maybe
Gotta click on
log
the
out and
character
back
sheet,
in.
Reload.
Yeah, refresh the page.
abilities and attributes.
All right. So, who's crewing what vehicle has been decided then?
Okay, it shows now.
Our guitar music.
Vargas, you
Aye.
yeah, you have a problem with that pig guy. You want to talk about it?
I mean, I don't really want to talk about it, but I can see you're curious.
Yeah, I had a similar experience out there.
I did see you had a bit of a bone to pick with that necromancer lady.
I wouldn't have known her from anybody, but the night before I had a weird dream, and I kind of feel like it was from the past, like hundreds of years ago.
Hundreds of years ago. Okay. Well, what happened?
She used a clan of apparently my people. They killed a bunch of them off, and raised them as soldiers.
Do you think she's still using them to this day?
I don't see why she wouldn't be. And I do know one thing. At the end of my dream, I could feel the rage of every survivor from that gnome clan. They want revenge.
Funny how we end up working with gnomes here now. Maybe it's time for some gnomish vengeance. Well,
I always, the giants always said the gnomes were wimps and weren't worth anything, but I don't know, something about that dream kind of gave me a little pride. They want to kick her ass, and that gives me a little hope that the race is not so wimpy after all.
all right. Well, how about we make ourselves a little deal between ourselves then? I'll help you take out your necromancer. You help me take out my were ogre friend. Hey.
I hold out my hand to do the tough guy handshake from Commando.
Can I
Predator.
slap both their hands down?
Don't see why not.
What was that
Oh.
for?
Our goal here is not to join the war in Avernus. We are here to free Elturel, that's it.
Maybe a
Everybody's got out.
couple happy accidents along the way. Don't mind us, Vice. We're talking privately here.
Everybody's got
It's
out.
not private if the matter concerns everyone. What you do here will affect everyone.
I'm gonna send a message to to Ned. Aye, we have ourselves a deal. Aye.
I can see your lips moving, you jackass. I picked that one up from the gnomes, all right? I don't normally enjoy swearing, but I felt like that one was necessary.
Ned's gonna look right at Vice and say, "Yeah, Vargas, we got a deal."
Wonderful.
Maggie leans over and whispers, but not whispering, Red caps are not gnomes.
I know.
Mad Maggie, what can you tell me about this warlord, Bitter Breath?
Old Zeph.
Yeah.
Well, what would you like to know?
What's his weakness?
A weakness? Devils aren't known to have many weaknesses. Their pride, mostly.
You see, he's done something for which I cannot forgive, and I must avenge my people.
Go on.
I prefer to keep that a little more close to the chest for right now. Where can I find Lizeth or Bitter Breath?
One can often find the warlords traveling across the waste, scavenging, fighting, trying to grow their armies. That kind of thing.
Understood. I appreciate it.
It just so happens that none of the Avernon warlords have a real base of operations, you see, not except us knucklebones. So it's a little difficult to pinpoint them into any particular place at any particular time. I suppose earlier today we were just fortunate to meet 3 of them. But
Understood.
Bitter Breath is a special case among special cases. Most devils haven't lost their ability to speak.
Right. I turn over towards Ned and Vargas. Did you two have dreams about warlords wiping out some of your people or doing something to your clans?
Aye, we did.
Huh.
You too, huh?
I'll look over towards Vice and Rozzy. Did you two have weird dreams about an Vernon warlord?
Yes.
Didn't
You
dream
too,
of
Rosie?
warlords.
Sorry, you guys broke up there. My internet cut off for a second.
I didn't.
Yes.
Oh no, I got Rosie's response.
I didn't dream of warlords.
Huh. I wonder what that means. Francis just gets quiet. And then he has a brain blast as he's sitting there. He goes, "Oh, right!" And he goes and he finds where he had stowed the pieces that he gathered earlier. Mad Maggie, might you loan me some of your welders here? I need to make some modifications to our armor if we're going to be going up against some warlords here. I think that we need to at least look the part a little bit.
We're
My
not going.
understanding is that you learned to use the welder when they were putting that plate on the tormentor. Is that right?
Word we have.
I would imagine Francis probably would have.
Okay,
He was so intent on learning to weld.
right.
Well, you are a knucklebone. Knock yourself out.
All right, I'll grab the same pieces off of Ned and Rosie, and I'll go work on that.
So who'd you dream about, Rosie?
What?
Who'd you dream about?
The warlord with the chains that we saw earlier.
Princess.
Yeah, princess.
What did he do?
He pissed off my god.
Oh,
Devils will do that.
Anyway,
It's
I'm
a-
gonna kill him, so it won't really be a problem for that much longer.
No.
so Vice, we all had these dreams and you didn't. So the question is, what's wrong with you?
Exceptionally rude. That's just.
I'm
I never said I
not the
didn't have a dream. I just didn't dream about warlords.
Well, who did you
It's
dream
just really
about?
mean of you, Ned. What the heck?
You know me. I don't know what to say sometimes. Who'd you dream about?
I dreamt of 3 gods of the upper planes. I dreamt of Tyr, Yandala, and Torm.
And Ilmater.
And Ilmater. Yep, never mind. My bad, 4. Oops. Yep, sorry.
And this was a good dream?
It had a point to it. And oddly enough, that point seems to be leading itself quite well in these turn of events.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which
Ned's
is
nodding.
why I'm saying we should focus on why we're here. What is our purpose for being in Avernus? It's not to kill warlords.
Well, I mean, we came here to save Elturel.
Yes.
But, you know, I mean, I have lots of purposes.
Yes. And some of those you may fulfill. Others are incredibly dangerous.
Vice, let me ask you something. If you had no concept of who your people were, very little concept, and you always, for your whole life, you felt out of place and not enough. And then one day, you got a glimpse of some of your ancestors and some guiding purpose that your ancestors have to of a war that they have with somebody, and you suddenly felt connected. Wouldn't you want to pursue that?
I understand where you're coming from, Ed. I understand that this means a lot to you. But ours are not the only lives that are at risk here. And we can't go sacrificing every soul that's in Elturel just to pursue a link to the past.
Great game, by the way.
Not a sponsor.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I know we're here to save Elturel, but I haven't the foggiest clue how we even pursue that.
Well, we're also here to figure it out.
And maybe confronting these warlords brings us closer to that goal.
How would you say that is?
I don't know, but usually when I have a dream like that, it's for a reason.
Prophetic dreams often have reasons behind them. However, not all prophetic dreams come from true prophets. You cannot guarantee that the dream you had was well-meaning.
Fair enough.
We should focus on our goal here, and that is to find the sword. Yes?
Oh yeah, right, the sword. Yeah, if we found that sword, we could kill all kinds of warlords.
No, Ned.
That's a great idea.
This whole time, Lulu has been kind of like crouched on a small table in the middle of Mad Maggie's office, kind of like with her face, hiding behind her hooves. And then at the mention of the sword, she perks up, and then when Ned says, "Yeah, we can use that to kill all kinds of warlords," she hunches back down again.
Ned, listen, I am sure...
After we do the thing we're supposed to do...
I'm sure millions of devils have thought that using such a weapon would be great to kill other warlords. But that is not the purpose that we are using it for. Our intentions are to use it to save Elturel, not to condemn it.
I don't know how that would condemn it, but yeah, we'll save it. Sure.
Okay.
Mad Maggie, that reminds me. I don't know how that sword reminds me of this, but once you're a knucklebone, you're always a knucklebone. Is that right?
That's right. Blood in, blood out, son.
So, what would happen if one day, hopefully in the distant future, the lemur crawls out of that river, crawls up to your gate, and says he's a knucklebone? What would happen?
Lemurs can't speak, first of all. I'd find that a very odd proposition. Besides which, if a lemur dies here, they just crawl out of the river Styx sometime later.
Right, yeah. But so I mean, we had this talk before about a certain contract that I had signed. Um, so that means someday I'm gonna come crawling out of that river as a lemur, right?
Well, that really depends on the specifics of your contract. You may have already been assigned a rank.
A rank, right? Yeah.
Did you have a look at your contract?
Every time Ned does this, he's trying he's trying to be like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but he doesn't.
No, Ned did not
Um,
read the contract.
he did
According-
not read that part. No. Yeah, of course I
By
I
the
read
way, as
that.
you
Yeah.
turn your attention to Mad Maggie, you realize that this whole time she's been sitting with her face in one of her hands, gently sipping some tea, very intent on listening to the conversation in between you two.
Vice is
So-
full glaring at her.
So just just theoretically in the future, if a lemur comes up to your gate and does a certain knock on the door, you would know that's me, right? If we establish that knock.
Oh, I'd recognize you by your face, Ned.
Ned did not know it worked that way. And Ned in his own brain is thinking, well, if I can't get out of this contract, now I know that there's a way to work your way up, so I might become like a demon lord someday. Or a devil lord,
There you
whatever.
go.
I'll go and put my hand on Ned's shoulder. I really hope you don't become a soul coin instead. I would much rather see you rise to power.
Yeah.
I certainly hope you are not referring to a rise to power in Avernus, a circle of hell.
Better the devil you know.
Vice, you yourself said there was no way for me to get out of this, so
I never said that.
What? Oh, you didn't.
I
So
said it would be incredibly difficult, but it's not impossible.
are you working on the strategy here? Have you been working on this?
I'm doing my best, but there is obviously a lot to think about, considering the fact that we have an entire city to get out of hell.
All right, thanks, Vice.
And on top of that, I'm also trying to keep you lot from doing stuff that's gonna make things go bad.
Look, I'm just saying, if I can't get out of it, there's still a goal. That's all I'm saying. Better to rule in hell than to not rule in hell.
Entertaining your horribly unwise idea that perhaps you could become some kind of warlord in hell. It's insanely unlikely.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ned Milton.
Look, you say it's unlikely, but I'm really good at killing, so look, first things first, let's try to get out of that contract, right?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna go have a picnic or what? What are we doing here?
Or we're boarding the machines to find the sword. That is the purpose.
At that point, Lulu perks up and starts flapping her wings. Yeah, Harumen's Hill!
You know the way, Lulu?
I do. It's just up north a ways.
Hey,
Is that magnetic north or is that the volcano looking thing on the map?
No, I believe it's the large cross that's been circled in blue. Never mind, it's past that.
Oh, yes.
Or is it?
No, I think it's that.
So it is a little ways, but it's basically a straight shot. You can see Haruman's Hill from Fort Knucklebone.
Is there any area of conflict between here and there?
It's a little difficult to tell because it's many miles off, but you don't really see anything. You see maybe a little black cloud near the river Styx here. Some old friends that you haven't met yet. It does appear that near the river Styx and other locations, it looks like the ground is moving. But really, the only large conflict that you can see is underneath the city of Elturel that you left behind.
is this a map that we have?
Yes.
You were given this map by Silvira Savicus.
Hey, Maggie, would you perhaps be able to point out where these other warlords stay, just so we can maybe avoid them on our travels?
As I mentioned previously, none of the other warlords have permanent bases of operations, unlike the Knucklebones.
Uh-huh. Perhaps there's something you could point out to us to avoid. Anything else on this map, perhaps?
This is Avernus. It's probably best to avoid everything.
You're not wrong. Alright, fair enough.
I just want to point out that the Eye of Sauron is right there.
Baradur.
Would I be wrapping up the armor modifications
Sure.
about now? Okay. I'll walk back and I'll toss Rozzy and Ned their pieces. Ned, you've got the Viking horns sticking out the side, and then you've got the rib bones sticking out to the side as well. Don't worry, I made a point to miss your runes. And Rozzy, you've got a mohawk that I was able to use a grinder to cut out so that there's like little ridges into it on its way back.
Right on, right on.
And then my helmet now has a almost like a horn, like a rhinoceros, almost towards the front.
Your helmet, you're looking very erect. That's bait.
One. Lulu, anything you can tell us about this Harmon's Hill?
It's very, very tall.
Well, Lulu's answering. Ned's revving the engine.
That makes it impossible to hear Lulu.
Of course, revving these engines sounds a little bit more like a torture chamber, doesn't it?
So, mostly the engine roar is really, really loud. And it's not until after the wail of the engine dies down that you kind of hear the wails of the damned.
whales like scream or whales like?
We'll call him B.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, you have dead whales in here?
It's hell. Of course,
Whale.
there are dead whales here.
Whales.
Whale then.
You just need
Swedish whales.
you just need one more, and then it'll be a whale, whale, whale. Anyway,
I'll send a message to Barnabas since we can all barely hear each other. I don't suppose you know anything about a hidden lord, do you?
Barnabas replies, "If I was equipped with shoulders, I could shrug in response."
Unfortunate, never mind. How about this Barnabas Hill? Do you know anything about that?
Haruman's Hill. You're not
Aye,
actually thinking of going there, are you?
we're definitely thinking of going there.
Well, beware of Haruman. He may slay you all.
Uh-huh. Is he... What is he exactly?
Have you heard of a Narzagon?
I believe I've heard that name. Tall creatures, right?
No, they're
I think...
no taller than perhaps your friends are. Although they are known to ride nightmares. They're quite powerful.
Ah, right. I think I have seen, or maybe come into contact with one of those before. Okay, well, I appreciate the heads up. It'll make quite the journey on the way there. Let's see. Don't suppose you have any parting words before we head off?
Don't die, Master Dwarf.
Most appreciated, Barnabas. You have a great time here.
I would be sorely at a loss of people near my intellectual equivalent to have discussions and communications with.
Mad Maggie seems to be alright.
Don't die.
Very well. Well, you take care, and we'll hopefully be back soon enough. Alright,
Speaking of the hidden
everyone
lord,
finish the business.
as Ned's sitting in the driver's seat, he kind of asks the shield, "Hey, just curious, does my contract say something about a rank when I come into service, or what's it say?"
The shield does not respond.
Oh, come on! Don't be like that. Fine. Wonder if I could fit this shield into the soul coin slot.
All of a sudden, the shield becomes very heavy.
It was a joke.
I'm sorry, we're gonna
I'll
have
go.
to cancel the rest of tonight's session. Lucky decided to lay down in the book again.
Kitty Warlord.
All right, folks. Rozzy, you ready? That's what I was afraid of.
Alright, well, farewell, Mad Maggie. Appreciate your help, and I'm sure we'll be back again soon enough.
I might take that to mean that you're going to go to Haruman's Hill.
Aye. You had any tips on fighting a Narzagon, would you?
Yes. Your vehicles may just barely outrun the nightmare.
Alright, well, I suppose that's some advice. Suppose we'll do our best. Do Narzagons have any weaknesses, or not really?
Most devils don't have many weaknesses other than their pride, like I said before.
Aye.
They do, however, adhere strictly to contracts that they are party to.
If only we had a little more to bargain with.
About how long of a drive is it up to Harmon's Hill from here?
Hopefully just a few hours. Of course, space and time are a little different down here in Avernus.
Right. What about? So I know that these ships require soul coins in order to function. You gave us 3. We have 2 ships. That's good for about 1.5 days worth of travel.
They are fully charged at present. There should be 72 hours worth of fuel in both of them.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
We couldn't very well have you traveling out into the Avernon Waste on an empty tank of gas, now could we?
I would not expect anything short of that from you, Mad Maggie. I appreciate it.
Out there in the wastes, is there perhaps a way to take soul coins from a person, or are they kind of bonded to them?
Why don't you ask your barbarian friend? She seems to be holding those 3 coins.
I thought I only had 1. Bet. I
Trace.
Here, I'm gonna try to take one of your salt coins. Just let's see what happens.
I'd toss it to Vargas. What are you doing with it?
Does it just come right off?
I mean, she throws it, it's a coin.
Okay. Alright. That's all I needed to know, and I'll
As you
flick
catch
it back to her.
you hear the screams of the innocents that are trapped in the coin.
When you say innocence, does it sound like more than one voice?
It sounds like 3 people.
Okay.
Did not know that.
And I'll flick it back and just be like, oh, that's a... Oof. They're really giving their throats a good go out in there. Oof. Do you hear that all the time, Nazi?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Aye, sound pack. Bit of music to go along with the ride, I suppose, if you're into that thing. Alright. So, Mad Maggie, where do you get your soul coins from?
Wherever we can find them.
How do you make soul coins?
That I'm not quite sure. I know they have to be minted properly and infused with the souls of no fewer than 3 individuals.
All I'm picturing is like there's now a state quarter set, but it's all for soul coins. So it's all the different landmarks within Avernus. And they sell the little like cardboard things where you can put all the different soul coins in them from the different states.
I was thinking more like halfling soul, gnome soul, human soul.
Oh, sweet! I got a foil.
You have the Pokemon coin.
All right. I think we're all here.
All right.
Ready to roll out.
Aye.
Autobots, roll out.
So let me get this straight first. Before you decide to take off, you're trying to go from Fort Knucklebone up to Haruman's Hill. Is that right?
Correct.
That does seem to be the case.
Yep.
Lucky is making it very difficult for me to operate any of this equipment here. So this is essentially the path that you want to take, right?
Yeah, probably steering a little bit away from the river Styx just to avoid the lemurs.
Well, I mean, Old Joe's crushed them if they got out.
Yeah, the Infernal War Machine will drive straight over them.
Right, forgot we're in a war machine. Cool.
Okay.
Time to hydrate.
Oh, did we get a group hydrate?
Thank you, Killer. Bichon.
I can't reach for my glass right now because I have a cat and it can't drink Lucky. So
You have to drink twice later.
yeah, I will do that.
By the way, guys, where we're heading, there's gonna be a Narzagon with a nightmare. Now, you heard. Mad Maggie said that we can outrun the thing. Most likely, so... Yeah, just something to keep in mind.
Wait, you mean that thing that was in that walkway right by the high hole?
Aye, the one on the horse.
Shit.
I mean, that's the best heads up you're gonna get. If we run into one of those things in the future, well, it's bound to happen. We won't have so much warning to prepare. I don't know. I don't think we're really well equipped to take one of those on,
Well,
even in our war machine.
we may have to, so be prepared.
Maybe we can just avoid it. I mean, it's not going to be everywhere over the hill. There's got to be some spots where we can sneak around.
So,
But yeah, I mean,
if
we're gonna be trying to sneak around in a war machine, mind you.
I mean, when we get there, we could leave the war machine, go in for the sword, come back, and then go back to El Terrell when we have everything.
Well, I mean, I like your optimism, but I suppose we'll see.
makes it sound so easy.
Aye, the best laid plans of mice and men.
All I know is if I was a Narzagon and I owned a hill, and that hill had a super powerful sword in it, then I'd probably keep my eye on that sword.
All right. You all set out from Fort Knucklebone and begin to make your way across the Vernon Waste. I need somebody to roll me a d6. All right. It takes you a grand total of about 3 hours to get there. However, about 2 hours into your trip, a red plume of dust billows in the distance, created by a large infernal war machine barreling in your direction. Its crew consists of boar-headed and rat-headed humanoids, all wearing goggles.
Hey, hey Vargas,
Aye.
is that guy that you hate?
Well, if it's not him, it's someone who looks awfully like him.
You were talking earlier. You were talking about you wish you had more to bargain with.
Aye.
Wonder if we can trick that boar guy into being a bargaining chip for us.
Well, that would be nice, but I don't know how we're going to do that yet. We still don't have a lot to bargain with before we try to make it a little bit of a deception on this one.
Yeah, it would be tough. I was just thinking of Maggie said devils uh, they don't flat out lie, right? They have to adhere to the contract that they make. But that's the difference between them and us. We can just lie.
All right, but that's in regards to a contract.
Well, I'm just saying, we could tell the Moor guy that if he helps us get the sword, then Maggie will join him, and then we sort of use him to fight the Narzagon.
Well, I mean, that could make for a plan A. I don't know if we have anything to provide to prove it. It would have been good if we had thought of that before we were in camp. But never mind. When we go back there, maybe we can use something. For now, though, fight or flight.
Yeah.
As you're driving through the Vernon Waste, you come to a field where titanic bones litter the landscape, piled over tons and tons of much smaller bones. Seems that probably seismic activity has brought these large things to the top. And as this giant war machine continues to press in your direction, you realize it's just as Vargas says. I need the drivers to roll initiative.
Roll initiative with the vehicles, right?
Correct.
And that would be dexterity, right?
You should be able to access the character sheet. You just click on
Yeah,
the
I'm
tormentor
looking at
and
it.
click initiative. There is an
That-
initiative button.
If you just
Oh,
click on
there
the
it is.
name
Yeah,
tormentor,
yeah.
It's the one that
To the
was right
right
next
of-
to the D20.
Yep.
So would you say this field of bones kind of puts us in a position where bones are near, far, wherever you are?
You are.
And I
But I do believe that the heart goes on.
yeah. Epic recorder solo.
And that is where we're going to take our first regularly scheduled break for the evening. Because starting a combat right before a break is no good. It is now the 23rd minute after the hour. That's 6:23 here on the West Coast, 9:23 p.m. for all of you East Coasters. We'll be back in 10. We have returned from break to the Avernan Wastelands. We'll begin our combat at the top of the round with Razi in the Devil's Ride.
Okay, so how much distance
Each
is
one of
each
these
one?
squares is 20 feet.
Okay. I can move 6 of them at a time. I'm assuming the Tormentor moves a little slower than the bike.
By 20 feet.
But I'm scrappy, so can I drive over all this? Is this an actual in my way?
It is a very, very large skull, yes.
Okay, that's 6, right?
If you want to drive straight over it like that, you're going to need to perform some kind of stunt.
No, I went around it.
But you went through it, though.
Started here, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I guess I would be there. And that's all I got for you. Can't really do much else.
Can you dash in that?
Don't believe so. I think it takes an action to drive.
What was the question?
The question is, can you dash?
Ah.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. That's all I got.
Since we're in the vehicle, do we also get actions?
Yes. But only one person can drive the vehicle.
Alright, I'll ready the harpoon until he gets within range about 120 feet.
Hang on. There should be a list of bonus actions. Is that not on the action stations?
No, not that I can
Actually,
see.
yeah. So if you look under the action stations handout, as a bonus action, the driver can cause an infernal war machine to dash or disengage. If you look under bonus actions, you can start the war machine's engine or turn it off, dash or disengage, or insert a soul coin or pour a flask of demon ichor into the engine's furnace.
I see actions, but I don't see bonus actions.
It's about halfway down. It says bonus actions.
Yeah, if you look the Infernal War Machine Action Stations handout.
Oh, I was looking at the Tormentor.
Yeah, it's not on the stat block. We'll just say that everyone is approaching cautiously for the moment. And that brings us back to the top of the round and Razi.
So, do I have to drive around all of these bones?
I mean, you can do stunts.
What? How do I know what can be like ramped over and stuff?
So, all of the stuff that kind of looks dark is small enough that you can just kind of drive over it with little difficulty. All the stuff that looks light is protruding high enough from the surface that you need to stunt to get over it.
You're telling me I could have jumped over that skull?
That is exactly what I said.
Huh. All right. Exactly. Okay. It says if I move at least 10 feet in a straight line, and then I have to roll a dex check to do a stunt. Okay.
Using the bike's dexterity.
Yes. Which is decent as shit. All right. I'm gonna drive the bike. Try to drive the bike up onto this bone here, then. So that's crap. I was here, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You were back one from it.
Let's see a stunt check, shall we?
Yes, sir. Let me just. I want to make sure I keep track of how far I've moved my token.
Well, it'll be 60 feet to here where you make the stunt.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Well,
As it's your first time behind the wheel, you haven't quite gotten used to the controls. Rozzy wipes out and falls out of the Devil's Ride.
Oh no!
but the damage threshold is 5, so do I have to roll for that since I rolled
That's
a
the
5?
damage to the vehicle.
I'm sorry, I was thinking of the hit points and damage threshold stuff. That's separate. Yeah, my bad. Okay, so now I'm on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
let's see. How were you intending to get up on top of this large bone that's sticking out of the ground?
jump the bike.
Okay. So that means you jumped the bike, and mostly I think it just jumped without you. So I'm going to say you take just a slight amount of falling damage. 2 points. And you recover prone.
Okay, do I have any action to spend this turn then?
You haven't... Let's see. So you were taking your action to drive the vehicle, right? That means you haven't actually spent any of your movement. It costs you half of your movement to stand up from being prone.
Okay, yeah, I'll just stand up then and have to use my next turn to get back on the bike then. Is that so?
Well, the bike is upside down, and it's also up on top of that large bone.
Can I go up to it and pick it up?
You're
Or is
gonna
that
have
too much?
you're gonna have to climb up on top of the bone, and then you're gonna have to try to right the vehicle.
Okay. I'm asking how much of that I can do this turn.
How much movement do you have?
40 feet.
You used half of that to stand up. Let's say for the sake of argument it's less than 20 feet straight up. So you can climb to it, but that's going to require an athletics check. I'd say that suffices. So you're able to climb up back to the Devil's Ride. And you find it capsized.
Alright. Can I pick it up?
I believe you already used your action this turn to drive the vehicle.
Okay. So I end my turn.
All right. So one, two. Can I just plow through those bones there?
Mostly yes.
3, 4, 5.
You see Razi crawling up a pile of bone up to the desert, up to the Devil's Ride, up on your left, as you pass a pile of bone.
I could get there with a dash, but that would leave me. Oh, well, yeah, I'm going to dash.
And he would be within the range of the harpoon now, right, with 120 feet?
One step forward, and yes. Because it doesn't quite occupy this square.
Which is why I'm dashing.
Okay. At this point, you can fire the harpoon.
Can I choose to aim it at the driver?
You can certainly try. That's going to be more difficult owing to the fact that the helm, I believe, gives...
It's 3/4.
It's 3/4 cover.
3/4 cover.
I'll fire it at the machine.
Okay.
I'm guessing an 11 does not hit.
It bounces harmlessly off the fuselage.
Wait, so how far are we from the Demon Grider now?
About 100 feet.
Okay.
I still have movement if you want me. If you want to wait, it's up to you.
Does a fireball affect the crew?
I mean, why wouldn't it?
Perfect. All right. Yep. Fireball time.
It's the laugh that gets me every time.
All right. There we go. I guess I'll try center it there.
Well, it's got a... What is that, a 20-foot radius? So it should hit everyone on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. We need a couple of dexterity saving throws then. That... It's only showing to me. That's odd.
Is it the vehicle?
It's because I don't have, like, tokens for the actual monsters on the board.
Okay, gotcha.
Because it's just, you know, the vehicles.
Do the vehicles count as creatures?
They do, sort of.
Yeah, because I was considering, like, enlarge, reduce, and reduce it just to see what would happen, but...
You wouldn't be able to target an entire vehicle like that, but you could possibly target portions of the vehicle.
You're going to create a clown car?
Well, hopefully. That or a huge mess inside one.
It's like the thing in Super Mario Kart where you shoot the lightning bolt and it shrinks the car.
No, I get what you're thinking though. If the car shrinks and the people don't, that would be a mess.
It looks like all 3 of the were-rats and all 3 of the were-boars have failed the dexterity saving throw. So they'll all be taking 27 fire damage.
Beautiful.
What about the vehicle itself?
So if you look at the damage immunities for these vehicles.
Yeah.
Ah, damn it.
They are made out of
Yeah.
infernal iron, after all.
Well, who the hell thought of that?
Someone smart.
A bunch of fire-immune devils, probably. All right, Ned, you still got some movement left.
I think that's good.
All right. Then at that point,
So Vice didn't do anything.
How would opportunity attacks work in this?
same as always. That's why disengage is a bonus action.
Gotcha. So my sentinel would still go off if I'm operating the harpoon?
Harpoon's a ranged weapon.
Gotcha, okay.
Vice, are you going to do anything?
I'm looking on in horror.
You throw up over the side.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Vice, I had to wonder, are you part acid dragon or something?
So I just want to point out the harpoon. It says melee weapon attack, reach 120 feet. That is
Yeah,
not a
that's
ranged weapon.
because of because of roll 20.
Okay.
Let me see if I can change it to make it a ranged attack.
I mean, if you say it is, it is. No
I
biggie.
mean, it is. There, how's that?
It's good to me.
I liked it better when it was
When it was melee.
melee. With 120 foot reach.
Alright. The demon grinder closes distance. As it does so, one shot goes right at the helm and misses Ned. Actually, you don't have your shield equipped, do you? What's your armor class sitting down?
Good question.
That's 17.
Sitting down? It is, yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you got half cover. No, you have 3/4 cover right at the helm.
Yes.
Yeah, so it
Plus, that ranged weapon, and I'm right next to it, right?
Well, they would have
So
fired it as they were approaching.
Ah.
As they close distance, however.
And not to nitpick, but isn't that bone in the way?
No, it's like high.
Okay.
You can drive under it.
Good to know.
As it starts to move past, however, you get the Miley Cyrus attack. And it clangs harmlessly off of the large armor plate that was just recently affixed to the Tormentor. At which point... No, that requires an action. And Ragadraga's driving. I suppose that brings it then back to the top of the round and Razi.
Which crew member is the most exposed on the demon grinder? Least amount of cover.
So everybody who's not operating the helm has only half cover.
Okay, what are my options there?
1, 2, 3, 4. That means one of the werebores has no cover.
Alright, I'm gonna start with him. I will rage. Does my rage affect when I'm driving the machine?
I mean, it doesn't affect the vehicle.
Right, but if I guess I haven't figured out whether I can throw javelins while on the machine, but either way I'm raging, I guess, right? Doesn't matter. Gonna rage and try to throw a javelin at the exposed werebore.
I believe that's... what's the range on the javelin?
3120.
I'd say that's sufficient.
Alright.
That strikes home.
6 piercing, 6 divine fury, 2 rage.
It's instead of 6 piercing and 2 extra from rage, it's actually only 4 because the weapon is not silvered.
Oh.
And so the werebore just kind of takes the javelin and throws it to the ground.
I'm gonna throw another javelin at him.
That one misses.
Oof. Alright, I guess that used up my action, so now I can't get back on my bike, so that's it for me.
Alright, Tormentor crew.
Okay. He said that I can drive underneath that bone, so I'm going to.
Do I have eyesight on Ragadraga?
You cannot occupy the same space as another vehicle, however. I mean, yeah, you can see him.
So
Alright.
as I'm passing by, I'm going to use the vehicle's raking scythes. So you got to do a saving throw, dexterity saving throw.
That's right.
Yeah, DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Wow, I actually failed.
Okay, let's see some damage.
It's got shit dexterity because it's so big.
2d10 plus 2. So that would be 11 plus 2 is 13.
That beats the damage threshold.
Just barely.
As we
Except for
drive
the armor plate.
by, I reach out my hand through the opening that I'm occupying, and I cast Sacred Flame on Ragadraga.
First things first. As the Tormentor moves out of melee range with the Demon Grinder, I believe that misses, right? Tormentor's armor class is 21.
Correct.
Okay, so Ragadraga needs to roll a...
Dex 14.
It's a little disappointing that it only shows up as a GM roll. Maybe I should just put some tokens on the map. But in any case, that was a fail, so Raga takes another 7 radiant damage.
I'm gonna keep cooking the people inside. Gonna burn another 3rd level spell slot.
Are we making this our personal easy bake oven?
Indeed we are. Rat and boar to your heart's content.
The good old infernal easy bake oven.
Actually, with that amount of damage, doesn't matter. All 3 of the were-rats are cooked. And 2 of the were-boars fail. Raga, of course, makes the saving throw.
So who's left inside?
The 3 were-boars.
Okay. And Raga, or is he one of the...
Raga is one of the 3 were-boars, yes.
I would like to shoot a 3rd level guiding bolt at the vehicle.
Or the demon grinder?
Yeah.
Okay. A 9 to hit does not make contact through the...
Would have been super cool if it did, though.
Yeah, that would have been.
Is it possible to get inside the devil's the demon grinder from the outside? Like, is there any open hatches or anything?
I mean, it looks like it's fully closed, but I mean, you can see the compartments. It's basically open. There are armor plates. There are portions that are more covered than others. But it's more like a Mad Max vehicle than a tank.
Right.
I know you want to Mad Max this.
There's only 3 of them left.
All right, that's the crew of the Tormentor, right?
Yep.
See.
And 18 misses. So the huge scything teeth on the front of the demon grinder try to chomp down on the Tormentor, but all they do is clip the corner and kind of move the vehicle out of the way. As they move past to this location, the wrecking ball whiffs.
So they still got the chomper and the wrecking ball, no more harpoon launchers, and there's someone.
10, 20, 30, 40.
Is he up on that skull?
Oh yeah, huh. So that means actually... Because these things can't stunt, so that means he's...
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, these things can't stunt, so... That means this thing is just sort of driving past. And that brings it back to Razi.
Okay. They're running away from me. Can I get back on the Devil's Ride?
You certainly can.
And I can... Can I start it?
It's a bonus
Yes.
action.
That is a bonus action to start the engine.
Okay. And that is it for me.
No, you still have your movement and an action.
Oh, okay. I thought
Actually,
getting on it.
the Devil's Ride is still upside down, so if you want to get in and start it, it's not going anywhere.
I want to
Right.
pick it up and then get it and start it.
Okay. Then I need you to roll me an athletics.
As a 20.
You just kind of flip
Nice.
it back up onto its wheels with one hand and jump in it. As a bonus action, you start it, and now you still have your full movement.
Okay. I'm just gonna move to here. Yep.
All right. One. All right. So I'm going to rake you again. DC 13. Boo.
As you try to scythe through the wheels, the wrecking ball just kind of smacks the vehicle, and the Tormentor kind of stutters sideways.
Is Raga Draga the one who's piloting it
He
or
is
driving
at the
it?
helm, yes.
All right. I'm gonna send some magic missiles his way.
So 11 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and fire off another sacred.
This time he rolled a 14, so Raga Draga takes no radiant damage.
Gotcha.
So he just kind of ducks down behind the armor plate covering the helm.
Makes sense.
Vice.
Throw a second level guiding bolt this time around. Still aiming at the vehicle, no one in particular. Fuck.
You hit the vehicle, but it collides harmlessly with the armor. Plink.
That's not working out.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Wait, is Vice's last name Irving?
Yeah?
I don't know how I missed that.
What about it?
I was just unaware. I see it on the guiding bolt roll.
Oh, her name is Vice Irving.
Whoops. Wrong thing. Raga Draga tries to drive the demon grinder right through Razi's Devil's Ride, but she's just too dexterous. And he can't get a bead. So he's going to drive to here and try to smack the Tormentor with the Wrecking Ball. That's a miss.
So many 18s.
Yeah, I picture like a bunch of lycanthropes just kind of bumbling around with controls, wondering why things aren't working right.
In a panic, maybe.
Yeah, half of their crew is dead, everyone else is like on fire. And that brings it back to the top of the round and the crew of the Devil's Ride.
All of us.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to... Can I throw a javelin from the back of the Devil's Ride?
Who are you trying to hit?
The driver of the grinder.
Okay. So he's got 3/4 cover, but you can definitely throw it.
Yeah.
You can get up close enough that you can attack without disadvantage.
Close enough there.
On the way to that point, you definitely were.
Okay, cool. Well, that's not going to do it.
No. The javelin sticks harmlessly into the armor mount over the helm.
Try again. No, I can't. I used all 3 of my javelins. Okay.
Looks like you're maybe technically in melee range.
Also, technically, it's an action to drive the vehicle, so if you're going to drive the vehicle, you can't throw javelins on the same turn.
Well, what can I do then, guys? It's a useless vehicle. This
You're
is
the one who wanted the
not a
bike.
war machine.
This is for
I end my
ambushing.
turn.
Alright, Tormentor crew, you're up.
Can I see
Tell to what
Ragadraga?
is it?
You can see Ragadraga.
Okay. I will. Or so, can I see the one who is operating the wrecking ball in the back?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to cast Hold Person on them.
Was that a wisdom save?
Yeah. 14.
You rolled an 11. So, the werebore that's currently operating the levers controlling the wrecking ball just kind of freezes in place, and the wrecking ball is like moving to the right, and it's moved all the way to the right, and it just keeps moving.
I'll yell out, I got the one on the wrecking ball. Try to take down the driver.
Alright, I got him.
That's another 10 points. Okay.
By the way, that's the first time Hold Person has worked this entire campaign.
So, here's what I want to do. You let me know if I can. I want to get up out of the driver's seat and jump onto the grinder.
I mean, I don't see why not. That's going to be a little difficult because both of the vehicles are in motion. Also, it's going to be doubly difficult because if you're no longer driving the vehicle, it's going to start to slow down. But you can definitely try to do that.
I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen?
Fall to the ground.
You
Maybe
had,
we
you
could-
had to say it.
Turn.
had to say it.
Maybe you could warn somebody before you do it.
So Frankie says, "Take care of the driver," and Ned says, "Yep, you got it." And he gets up and he just flings himself onto the demon
Okay,
grinder.
I need an athletics check. You just barely make it.
Hell yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna
So the vehicle
secure
you're on
myself.
starts to just kind of coast to a halt, and you just kind of run along the top of the fuselage and leap and land right on the rear platform next to the werebore who's frozen at the controls of the wrecking ball.
I'm gonna make my way up to the driver and try to brain him if I can.
All right. That's a hit. Oof. At that point, Ragadraga throws up his hands and says, "No, I yield. I give up."
Oh, do you? I guess that misses.
Yeah, he's in 3/4 cover. So you go, "Yeah, you do," and you try to smack him in the head again, and he just ducks, and it takes out like a chunk of the armor plate where his head was. It says, "I surrender. You hear me? I surrender."
All right, we'll stop the vehicle.
He turns the key.
All right, I will I will stop attacking if everyone else will.
Marcus does have a bit of a bone to pick with this specific werebore.
Yeah, we can ask him questions first, and then you could just kill him.
That is true.
So one of the werebores is sitting at the back or standing at the back of the vehicle at a control panel, not able to move. One is still sitting in the front controlling the teeth. He's not really sure that the battle has ended yet, and then he looks over his shoulder and you can see the look of panic and terror kind of cross his face. And Ragadraga is bleeding out of his snout and out of one of his ears and out of one of his eyes.
I'd like to know.
One of his hands.
I'd like to know: is the hair on his arms all singed down to those little black balls that happen after you burn the arm hair off?
Gross. Yeah, his fur coat too.
Ned points at the other one that's not held and says, "You should run."
And he stands up and says, "I'm not leaving my crew."
I'll poke my head out of the tormentor and I'll say, "Get out of your vehicle right now."
Who are you addressing that to?
Ragadraga.
He says, "Just give me a minute to catch my breath." And he kind of leans over and throws up a whole mess of blood out onto the deck.
Vice, not in solidarity, but in response, also vomits.
You can do that out of the vehicle.
So now that the demon grinder is stopped, can Vargas just go climb into it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that, and I'll go up to where Ragadraga is. Hey, you! I remember you. You used to torment the dwarven tribes, huh? You remember that?
He looks at you like you have 3 heads.
I remember you. Don't get me wrong. Maybe I only heard the stories, maybe not. Maybe I just had a dream that reminded me so much of something similar. Were you once an ogre, perhaps?
He looks down at himself and says, "Do I look tall enough to be an ogre? I was a
Maybe,
human
maybe
before
not.
I contracted this lycanthropy."
Well, I'm not sure I quite believe you. But before we go further, you have any soul coins? Don't try and lie, I'll search you.
I do. I've also got
And
this
the mother.
circlet.
Both.
And he hands you a small sack with 3 coins in it. And a circlet of blasting.
Aye, just like my dream. I saw you had this on you. Now then. So, Candy, just for a second, would Vargas have heard tales of an ogre who was doing this before? Or is this just something that kind of came out of the dream itself?
Roll me a history check. You definitely remember hearing something about an ogre.
I heard stories before. Now that I think about it again, I knew that there was a Ragadraga. There was an ogre who at least used to torment us. And now here you are. Somehow you found your way to the plains of the Nine Hells. So, what do you think I should do with you then?
He looks up at you, bleeding from every possible orifice, half kneeling down in a pool of his own bloody vomit, and he looks up at you and just says the same thing. I was never an ogre.
Can I
Alright,
insight
well,
check him?
Sure.
First things first, Vargas. Let's tie these guys up. Make sure we don't have any trouble.
He doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be lying.
I'm going to take my rope and I'm going to tie each of them to the rope, bind their hands, tie each of them to the rope, and tie that rope to the back of the tormentor.
No. No. Ned. No. No.
Wait, did we
Tied
just
up
get
in the
married?
wall.
I'll say, did we just get married and these are the cans being drugged behind the car?
The worst cans ever.
Ned. No.
Meat
No.
cans.
Drop it. Drop it. No.
I'm just securing the prisoners. I don't know what you're talking about.
We are not tying them to the back of the... We're not doing that.
He's really going full ahead steam with this Mad Max thing.
No.
All right, I'll untie the rope.
Ragadraga, how much
I
is in
don't.
the tank of your demon grinder?
Say again?
How much fuel is in the tank of your demon?
It's about half full at present.
Understood.
Looks like we got another vehicle.
Well, I think it might be best. We're going to be taking your demon grinder here.
Apparently so.
Being as how I am not evil, I'm willing to offer you one of our vehicles so that you might make it back to your location. But first, let me speak to my my comrades here. Do we want to give him one of the vehicles or no?
I want to talk to him first.
Are you insane?
Yeah. You know, I don't think being kind to evil creatures is necessarily a good thing.
Especially
You know,
Is he evil
oath of
though?
vengeance paladin.
Something's not right here.
As a warlord in the Nine Hells, I don't know what else I can tell you.
I
It's not like there's a
understand that.
cannon on this motorcycle. I mean, I'd be much happier with the demon grinder.
Ragadraga
I do have 3.
cranes his head a little bit and says, "You don't have the crew to staff both the Tormentor and the Demon Grinder. Just saying."
Can I turn to address Ragadraga? What is your history with Mad Maggie.
Mad Maggie is the most powerful Avernan warlord ever to grace these plains for at least the last century. She's strong, fierce, and for that reason I've been trying to get her to join the Gorguts gang. But forever she's spurned me. One of these days I hope to earn her respect.
Wait, so she's stronger than Fiona?
That I'm not sure I can say, but my first instinct is yes. She has kind of a large army. A lot of those little red things.
Interesting.
How does she gain any amount of superiority over other warlords? She seems fairly stationary.
You've never seen her in a fight, have you?
Evidently not. No, I'm asking the question.
Were you ever at Fort Knucklebone?
Yes, we just came from there.
Did you see the array of vehicles that she has?
Yeah, I mean, she gave us some, so yes.
War machines are power. Soldiers are power. She has both.
Are her soldiers limited to the... blanking on the name.
Red caps.
The
Mad
red
caps.
caps and the mad caps.
I think she has a flame skull. And some
Aye,
kenku.
she does.
Do you know of any particular magics that she may have?
I'm not very skilled at those kinds of things. I'm better with a hammer.
I see.
Alright, guys, I think I might have an idea. Well, we cannot pilot maybe both of these things sufficiently, but we can use them as bargaining tools. If we were to, let's say, bring back this demon grinder to our old friend Maggie, perhaps there'll be somewhat of a reward. Maybe if we even bring this one in chains, or ropes in this case as well, it might be a further reward. What do you say? Make a quick detour back before we head out again. Better equipped. We have 3 more soul coins.
I mean, if it were up to me, I would say we want to hold on to this demon grinder. All of us can fit on here. It's got more defense, a little more utility than our current situation.
Alright, well then, in that case, we could bring back the Tormentor, return it to Maggie, with this one inside. Yes, sir. Raga Draga. Perhaps there'll be a reward for bringing him in.
I don't think that's a good
Draga.
idea.
We could use more soul coins, that's for sure. He's probably worth at least 1.
You say Mad Maggie is the most powerful warlord, and you were trying to get her to join you? Why didn't you just join her?
He just kind of looks over at you and it's like a puppy trying to do calculus or something. It just doesn't compute for like a long moment, and he goes, "Oh yeah."
Despite the complexity of war machines, there's not a lot of gears moving up there.
I look at Frankie. Look at Frankie, and I'm like, I told you I wasn't the dumbest guy around.
But if I don't negotiate from a strong standpoint, she'll never marry me.
Why do you want her to marry you?
Because she's beautiful.
Okay. Does she want to marry you?
I don't know. I keep
Have you
asking her.
asked?
She keeps telling me to screw off.
Okay. I think that's a no. In
Here we
fact,
are in Avernus, Having the no means no talk with the warlord.
With a werebore about a night hag.
So when a werebore and a night hag fall in love.
This is not a season of Dwarven Bachelorette, all right? That's...
Not with that attitude.
Well, with Raga Draga in his current state, it might be more like Love is Blind.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, how about we... I like Vargas's idea. Throw Raga Draga and the other two werebores in the back of this Tormentor. Or maybe throw one of them in the Tormentor, leave the other two in the Demon Grinder, and we split up between the two.
Could
Drive
leave
it
him
back
with me. In the grinder. Me, I'll sit with them in the back, and if they try anything, they'll wish they hadn't.
And at that point, Raga Draga looks up at Vargas and says, "So you're going to let me live?"
We're gonna bring you back to Maggie. You can see her at least one last time. How does that sound?
At this point, Vargas, I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Saving throw.
Yeah.
+3.
-1 to charisma. Oh, +3. Okay, so +2.
Net +2.
11.
You remember the dream, and the anger boils up inside you.
Well, I'll start walking towards Raga Draga. No one stops me. All right. When I get really close to him, I cast Faithful Hound. And are creatures that I'm hostile to attacked by it?
Can you post the spell literature?
Sure.
So are you casting the Faithful Hound right next to Raga Draga
Right
and your
next to
captains?
him. Yep.
Okay, so at the start of your turn, which will be your next turn, right? Not on the turn that it's cast. It's
Yep.
going to try and bite one of them. Which one
I
is
mean,
it
I'll-
going to bite? Raga
I'll be
Draga?
going like closest to Raga Draga, yeah. Where I put it like right next to him.
All right. So this is the current state of affairs. You're all standing on the deck of the Demon Grinder, and Vargas has walked up to Raga Draga and conjured up a spectral hound that's looking
Not
very
spectral.
well, it's
It's invisible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
second paragraph.
oh,
We can't see it. But if
but you can hear it, right?
yeah, because it will
Woof,
bark
woof.
at anything that does not speak the password.
Yeah. So it's already barking because it's within 30 feet. So Vargas waves his hands and incants a spell, and you hear woof woof. Except it's very menacing.
Do I recognize the spell that's been cast?
It's an arcane spell, so my first instinct is no, because it's not on the cleric spell list, I don't think.
But I'm a librarian. All right.
Tell you what, roll me an arcana check. Now.
No. I'm gonna go up to Raga Draga and I'm gonna start taking a look at his wounds on his face.
He
Well,
looks
that's
pretty
not
banged
going to
up.
end well.
Just like ignoring the barking. It's probably something to do with hell. I don't know. It's weird.
Use a reaction to try stop her.
How?
Putting a hand out and blocking her from Raga Draga.
I mean, you can kind of put a hand up in front of her, but his wounds are so visible that it's impossible for her not to be able to see them. Because
Yeah,
he's real banged up.
I medical professional. I'm gonna do my job here. So
you're just inspecting his wounds then?
yeah.
Okay, roll me a medicine check. You can just tell that he's really beaten up. He's got fire wounds, right? He's got burns, 2nd and 3rd degree over a good portion of his body. He's got blunt trauma at the back of his head from a Canian Hellfrost flail. He definitely took some force damage from some magic missiles. While that's going on, is anyone else doing anything? Ned, Francis, Rozzy.
I don't know that I would realize what's going on.
Likely not.
I would interfere.
Rozzy.
I'm not interfering.
Okay. Then, Vice, unless you're going to do something else as like a bonus action on your turn.
Yeah. I'm gonna first level healing word him.
Okay. Let's see how that turns out. +50, 60, 64, so 14 plus. Okay. So after that goes off, you hear a bark, and at the start of Vargas's turn, some invisible teeth tear off most of Ragadraga's face. Vargas, what do you do?
I will point the wand at Ragadraga's face. I know it was you. I knew it was you. And now, this poor meat of yours shall be spit upon.
You're right up next to him, so I'm going to say that's with disadvantage. Because now he's going to try and stand up and tusk you.
Oh, nice.
Roll me some damage. Alright, that means he's going to reuse his... and unfortunately, it's sending it to GM only, so I'm just going to copy-paste it. He's going to use his Relentless feature. Why is it saying to me? Oh, no, you guys can read that, right?
I see it.
I can
So
read
he's
it.
going to use his Relentless feature, and he reduces to 1 hit point instead.
Hey, stop dragging me, or I'm going to kick you off the game. Get over here. Come here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
At which point, Ragadraga is going to try to tusk.
No.
Protection.
Sentinel.
He rolled a nat 1. So he tries to tusk Vargas, and he gets one of his tusks stuck in between the plates of the floor. He's gonna use his other...
You can't
Group
win.
stretch.
One thing at a time.
Group stretch. Oh, that was a good one. Thank you, Keller.
I think I cracked.
He's on the ground, so Frankie, you can roll that with advantage.
Oh,
Well, believe it or not, 11 actually hits. So 10 slashing. That's enough that you spear Ragadraga. Say again?
I was going to try to do non-lethal
Okay.
to knock him out.
So you smack him on the back of the head with your pommel,
Mhm.
and he falls to the ground unconscious. At which point, the other two werebores, they freak out and they jump off the side of the demon grinder, and they start to run off into the Avernus waste, dragging Ragadraga behind them.
What?
Attack of opportunities then?
No!
My dog and myself. I mean, this is just what
The
you know. I'm
dog
under.
it doesn't move on an initiative order, so no.
Oh, okay.
So
You
we
can make an
were
attack of
on.
opportunity if you want, though, Vargas.
All right. Well, I mean, this is apparently I'm not mind controlled, but something very similar. So,
Actually, no, you just remembered the dream.
oh,
This
is
is
that
all
it?
you, man.
No,
Oh,
I didn't say you had to do one thing or the other. It's your choice because there are consequences.
ah, okay. All
So
But
right.
you reach back to try and swing with your battle axe, and you hit the ceiling, the roof of the demon grinder.
seeing what's happening, I jump back in the driver's seat of the Tormentor, start it up, and I'm gonna roar after the guys on foot.
Okay, it's not a difficult It's not a difficult what do you call it? Task to try to catch up
Yes.
to them. It's very, very simple, very easy. Are you gonna try and run them over? Are you gonna try to drive next to them?
Oh no, I'm running them over.
Oh fuck. All right, then. Whoops. What in the hell just happened? Hold on, technical difficulties.
And when I drive off, I'm like, "Come on, Rozzy, we got some target practice."
Okay, at this point, I need you to. Let's see, what is it? So this is just crushing wheels then, right?
Yep.
Okay. They all need to make dexterity saving throws. Raga Draga is going to automatically fail because he's unconscious, so he gets crushed by the wheels and dies. The other two... both fail. Why don't you roll me 2d10 twice? One's dead. Oh, no. I see. So one takes
Yeah, it was
5 damage, and he's still conscious, although chewed up. The other one takes 14. Uh, he actually uses his relentless feature, excuse me. And so he's now like crawling, partially like on his face, partially on his shoulders.
As we're driving by, can I hop off the war machine?
Well,
I don't
we're
know
all in
that you
It's
were
the
even on
demon
it.
moving real
grinder.
fast. That may not be comfortable when you hit the ground.
So we were
I'm okay with that.
all off of it though. So I don't unless
Well,
you
you
got
were on the
back on it.
demon grinder.
Yeah.
Right, everyone was on the demon grinder. It was just Ned that jumped on the jumped back onto the tormentor and ran these people down.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
in that
deal
case,
with
I'm gonna
targets.
run up to them.
Okay. They didn't make it far before they got ran over.
Yeah.
So
I
at
take
this
it back.
point, at this point, they're both prone, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
they are
So
wrecked.
so after I run them over and they're prone, I would stop the tormentor, get out, go to retrieve Raga's body, and tell them you should crawl away now.
They're all still tied together.
Uh, is Raga Draga like full dead?
He's dead.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I'm untying them because they should just go away. I was just trying to get the body back.
You untie them and they scurry off.
Before they leave, I'm gonna do 2 cure wounds at first level, 1 on each of them.
They kind of stand up and they start to like rub their wrists where the ropes were untied, and they kind of just nod at you, and then they look over at Ned and they freak out and turn and run the other way.
Booga booga booga.
Can I turn around and slap Ned in the
It's
face?
pronounced Raga Draga.
Raga draga. You can try, Vice, but you probably miss.
Well, I mean, if it's not to deal damage, you can just kind of slap at his helmet or whatever.
Yeah.
Oof, ow. I was just keeping my word with Vargas. What are you doing?
What is wrong with you?
I just kept my word with Vargas. I don't know.
And what
What's
word
wrong
was
with
that?
you? To what?
What word was that?
I told him I would help him kill this evil warlord of Avernus. Why is that a problem?
Okay. Under what pretext did Vargas ask this of you?
You stood right there when we made the agreement. Now he's going to help me kill that
That's
witch necromancer that harvested my clan for undead soldiers.
However, Vargas was under the impression that this used to be a what was the word?
Ogre.
Ogre. Vargas was under the impression that this used to be an ogre that terrorized dwarves, and he's not. So what excuse does he have then? Huh?
So I kind of lift up the dead wereboar's head, and I say, Mr. Raga Draga, were you once an ogre that terrorized the dwarves? And I kind of move his mouth and go, yes, I was.
I slap him again.
Ow! Stop it!
Cut it out. This is
You know
very
what, Vice?
serious.
No, seriously, Vice, I'm really proud of you. You're standing up for yourself and everything, and you didn't even throw up while you're standing up to me, and I'm playing with a dead guy's head. That's an improvement. Good job. And I just drag the body back,
The
put it
body
on the tormentor.
is undergoing a strange change.
What? Hey, and I yell out, Vargas, your guy's doing something.
I'll stop playing with my hound and come out and look.
You hop down
Ah!
from the demon grinder, and you see that the effect of the lycanthropy on this now corpse is wearing off. And the body
Okay.
shrinks just a little bit in stature and kind of a lot in width to leave behind a very human corpse.
Too many
Vargas,
strange
what
magics.
is your alignment?
Let's see. Did I write that down?
You had to have an
Doesn't seem
alignment.
I've written that down. Yeah, I don't currently have one of those. I guess let's
Uh,
say
It should
Does anybody
be.
else not have an alignment?
It should be in description
Yeah.
under characteristics.
Yeah, it's the first thing listed.
Yeah, I didn't fill that out, it seems. But let's say I am chaotic neutral.
I wanna think that that's what you said before.
Yeah. Might have said that before.
Staring now at this human corpse, you feel both vindicated and also a little vilified. Your alignment shifts now to chaotic evil.
Good was done here today.
Sounds like chaotic evil to me.
Good job, Ned. Wonderful work.
Hey, we had an agreement.
No,
Now
indeed we do.
now that bitch, we gotta take care of her.
Oh,
No,
we will.
I mean,
No,
you know,
we don't.
if she presents herself as a problem and blah blah blah.
Regardless of whether or not she presents herself as a problem, we will obtain information before we kill people. In
I mean,
fact,
if you want to get
killing
information,
should not even be on the list of things to do. That is not why we are here in Avernus. We are not here for vengeance. We're not here for anything along those lines.
I don't know what you're saying. We obtained information before killing this guy. I agree with your plan, Vice.
We obtained
Well done
information
again.
that this was not the person who terrorized dwarves in his lifetime. This was a human being, not an ogre.
I mean, you seem really sure of yourself for something that I don't know that you can be that sure about. He was a warlord of Avernus. How is he going to be a warlord of Avernus and just be a nice guy? I don't understand.
A wrongful murder is still wrongful.
Yeah. Wrongful. That makes a lot of sense. Giving me a lot to think about here. I told you, every time Ned does this, he has no idea what you're talking about. All right. Well, what do we do? Are
Vargas,
we?
you're still under the effect of more than one curse. So you're chaotic evil, but you can't stand idly by and watch innocents suffer.
Wow.
Yeah, Vargas, you should feel like shit right now.
I didn't watch something suffer. I watched something die.
Oh, he suffered plenty.
He
got
suffered
run
a
over
lot.
by a fucking infernal war machine to kill him.
Your
You had
dog bit his
bite
face off.
Now, I will say though that I think what you had said before about Vargas was true neutral. I think, not that it really matters that much.
Was what?
True neutral.
His previous alignment was true neutral, is what he's saying.
Uh-huh. So have I gone to neutral evil or chaotic neutral?
No,
That I'll
you're
leave up to
chaotic
you.
evil,
You're going
right?
to move one step towards chaotic evil.
Okay. This is fine. Alright.
Nope,
Sweet.
it's not fine. It's not fine, Vargas.
This is fine. I'm picturing the meme of the dog sitting in hell saying this is fine with all the flames around him.
Honestly, I mean, we killed something that was evil. No matter how you look at it, that's what happened here today.
Doesn't make us good.
It doesn't make us good, no. But that's how things played out. We have good to do. This got in the way of us doing the ultimate good. You want to get the sword of Alterel, is that not right? And this war machine was stopping us from doing that?
It was not.
And well, it kind of came up to try stop us.
It tried, and we stopped it. And at that point, the threat was neutralized. But then
And
you
you know
went
what?
the extra mile and decided to kill it.
And you know what? If we didn't neutralize it, it was probably going to come back and bite us again. So, you know what? We saved ourselves a future battle, and potentially, if you want to measure suffering, we have lessened that potential future suffering.
Not measure suffering.
Well, you can measure in the amount of times where shit occurs, and instead of twice, we've done it once instead. Easy.
I see Vargas chose neutral evil.
He makes total sense to me. You can't just let bad guys keep being bad. You gotta end them. Otherwise, they're just gonna keep doing bad stuff.
However, Vargas, because he was innocent of the thing that you accused him of, your curse is going to kick your ass a little bit. I need you to roll me another charisma saving throw.
He deserved it, starts sobbing.
+3, so you're at 14. Oh, 22.
Yeah, I pressed the wrong thing. There we
No,
go.
He rolled it. It was an 11 the first time.
Nah, that was just normal charisma.
Doesn't matter. It's the same
Alright.
modifier.
Alright.
You're going to take
So
23
13.
psychic damage as your curse wrenches you from the inside. You feel terrible. You feel justified in your choices. So, you know, in your heart of hearts, you're going to make that decision anyway. But the curse racks your brain.
Well, what needed to be done was done. So,
You got a headache, man?
Yeah, feels like something just exploded in my brain in the worst way possible. But never mind that. Let's just take this other war machine back to Maggie's and forget about the whole thing.
Can go back to Maggie's when we've obtained the sword.
Well, we can only take one of these with us, and the bigger one's probably the better one, right?
Well, we could take both of them. We can't fully man them, but we can definitely drive them.
We can drive them. That's true.
I mean, the Tormentor.
You to fully man the Demon Grinder now, I think. There's 2 harpoon flingers. No, you need 6.
You need 2 drivers?
You need a driver. There's the 2 harpoon flingers. Oh, no, wait, that's right. There's the teeth, the chomper, and the wrecking ball, so that's 5.
Do you have to man each one of the things for it to work?
They will not operate unless someone is operating them.
Right, but
Right,
we can just have someone drive, and then if we don't have enough people to man every one of the weapons, we can just man the ones we want to man. Right?
I mean, there are 5 of you and 5 slots.
Oh, I thought you said there were 6.
There are 5.
Well, to that point, though, we could theoretically have a driver and 2 weapons on the Demon Grinder, and then on the Tormentor, a driver and a harpoon. And drive both of them. And leave the Devil's Wrath.
But then that means that you're going to have weapons on the Demon Grinder that are going to be unmanned.
Right. So while
the harpoon
For the fuel
is-
economy, like the thing that's really going to be holding us back if we take both of them is that we'll have to keep feeding more and more of these coins to keep the same distance that we travel. So
Well,
I think it would be best.
I think we can actually get there and back with both of them without feeding any more coins. I think.
Oh, you're not wrong. We can do that, but we shouldn't take them both for the long haul. Is what I'm saying. We should take one back to the old Knucklebone camp and just leave it there.
I like the idea of being able to split the party into 2 in the event that we do get attacked, rather than putting all of our eggs in one basket, splitting it between 2. We can ride these out, and then at the time when one of them runs out, we make a choice.
Why don't we do this? Why don't I drive the Tormentor, and everybody else get in the other one? And like you said, we'll drive them until they won't drive anymore.
Ned, for the sake of your safety, I prefer if one person rode with you as well, just to operate the harpoon. Just so you have some sort of a defense rather than just you driving.
I'll ride with Ned.
The the good thing about the Tormentor is it can cause damage with only the driver. It could do that raking thing.
Right.
But whatever you guys want to do.
I still think that fuel economy wise, we shouldn't have more than 2 vehicles at any one time operating.
Yeah.
And even 2 is a
I
lot.
agree. I
Like,
agree. The
we're
motorcycle.
going to burn through soul coins. I mean, if we can get the Devil's Ride onto the grinder and only use it when necessary, then perhaps we could take that with us too. But otherwise, it's just
That's a
gotta
good
I
do
don't,
it.
So,
I don't think
Can we
that's
do
how
That
it
is the
works.
scavenger. The scavenger has the crane.
They
So-
operate for X amount of days, don't they? So it doesn't matter whether we're
No.
using them or not.
It's number of fuels burned hours while driving. There's
Oh,
72
okay.
hours on a full tank.
yeah, so Tormentor had 72 hours when we got it. And the Demon Grinder, Raga Draga said it was half.
Thereabouts. It's got 40 hours remaining.
So if not all of the stations are manned on the Demon Grinder, can we put the motorcycle in one of the stations?
It will not fit. It's
Okay.
actually very large and also very heavy.
Could you
So I'd
drive
not-
it on top of the Demon Grinder? Just leave it there, or try strap it down?
No.
No.
It doesn't have a luggage rack?
No, it doesn't. The only vehicle that can do that is the scavenger.
It's not a rev. No, I think honestly the Devil's Ride is good for mobility, but I think in these scenarios we have better defense, and having one person just riding around, potential to flip over is higher. I don't like the Devil's Ride that much.
Yeah, I'm kind of
interesting.
over it.
Yeah.
I'm with Ned. How about that?
Okay, so what are you going to do with the Devil's Ride now? Just leave it out in the waste?
I think we should bury it. I think we should bury the Devil's Ride, and when we go back through this way, we could potentially drop it off at Maggie's camp.
Okay. First, with what shovel? Second, with what amount of time?
There are all these bones. Wouldn't take much
Uh,
effort.
Yeah,
I
just
do
cover
believe
it
that
with bones.
we do have a massive person that could potentially move some of these bones around if we make Ned large again.
I mean, I don't. Maybe if we need to. I don't know. There's a lot of bones, so we could cover it up. Look, our only thing is to make it not obvious until we come back through here, and then we could grab it on the way back.
I'm all for
Alright.
hiding it. It's just burying it seems unrealistic.
I mean, not burying it into the ground. I just mean in bones.
Okay.
Cover it with bones.
Yeah, that works.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that 2 of you are going to ride in the Tormentor, the other 3 are going to ride in the Demon Grinder, and you're going to stash the Devil's Ride under one of these large skulls or something.
Sounds good.
Okay. So there, we're going to take our last scheduled break for the evening. It's now 8:06 p.m. here on the West Coast, 11:06 p.m. for you East Coasters. We'll be back in 10. Hi everybody, we're back. And we left our party in the Avernon Waste, discussing what they should do with infernal war machines. They finally came to a decision to leave behind the Devil's Ride in one of these giant skulls and drive off with the Tormentor and the Demon Grinder. I take it that means you're all going to be making your way now to Haruman's Hill.
That is
Indeed.
right.
Alright.
No detours. Wink, wink.
It's going to take you about another hour on the road.
I just can't wait. Again.
Your mic cut out. We only caught the start and the end of that.
I was saying I just can't wait to get on the road again.
On the road again.
So if it's going to take an hour, could I just sit there and try connect with this circlet of blasting?
I don't see why not.
Cool.
That means you cannot be manning one of the weapon stations in the meantime, or driving.
That's fine.
I'll drive the grinder.
Oh yeah. So, Vice, you were riding with Ned, right? In the Tormentor. Francis, you're driving the Demon Grinder. Vargas, you're sitting and trying to attune with the circlet. Rozzy, what are you doing?
Can I operate one of the weapons on the
There are 4. There's the chompers, the teeth in the front, there's the wrecking ball, and there are the 2 harpoon flingers.
Ooh, chomper.
Okay.
Can you share the vehicle with us so we can see the character sheet?
Yes. Oh, it says it's... Oh, that's right. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, I don't think this actually requires attunement. It doesn't say that anywhere.
Does the circlet not require attunement? Yeah, okay. Well, you know what it was. You don't have to spend the hour identifying it because you know from the dream and from its history what it is.
Neat.
Alright, before you take off, Ned, Vice, as you're making your way back onto the Tormentor, you find Lulu hunkered down inside the harpoon flingers in the seat with her ears over her face, sobbing uncontrollably.
I'm gonna move to comfort her and just hold her in my arms and kind of cradle her, hold her close.
Hey, Lulu, what's going on? What's wrong?
As you move to pick her up, Vice, she kind of throws her arms over your shoulders and says, "Everyone's acting so scary." And she tries to breathe through her sobbing and
Can you find Lulu a tissue? Actually, no, never mind. We're in hell. It's probably a bad idea.
Ned pulls out a hanky that he always carries with him.
Is it clean?
yeah.
I just thought it would be funny, so I'm saying yes.
Okay.
So it is clean or it isn't clean?
I think it's funnier in this case to say that it's actually clean.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like Ned is just carrying this around to give to somebody.
What a gentleman.
I think we might have lost Vargas.
Yeah, he's frozen. Hopefully he'll restart. Jay, can you hear us? I was afraid of that. That's alright, hopefully he'll catch up.
I'm just gonna kind of... I'll just hug Lulu for a little bit and just, I can't really offer her very many, reassurances that everything's gonna be okay, but...
Not with that attitude.
And we've lost
Oh.
him.
Oh, there
I'll
you
do what I can. I'll do what I can to let her know that I'm there for her right now, and that we're moving further towards our goal, or at least we're moving as fast as we can to a certain degree.
And Lulu just says, "But where are we going?" And she blows her nose into the handkerchief, and it's all of a sudden just completely soaked full of this honey-smelling Hollyphant snot.
We're going to Haruman's Hill. That's where the sword is, right? We gotta get the sword so we can take it back to Elturel, so we can find a way to save everyone in there.
But I thought you guys were the good guys.
I know. And maybe we still can be. But in every story, good always faces some degree of adversity. Maybe this is just ours.
And she looks up at you with these huge anime-style eyes. And she says,
Desu des. Of
"We're still friends?"
course we're still friends, Lulu.
At that point, Vice, I need you to roll me a d6.
Got me worried.
And she looks up at you and says, "I'm glad. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have any friends. Anybody I could trust." And she sniffles a little bit and wipes her nose and tries to hand the hanky back to Ned. At which point, she smiles a little bit, flaps her wings, and says, "Oh my goodness, I just remembered something.
Yeah?
One of my memories is coming back." The demon lord Yunogu wants to destroy Zariel's sword. He hates it as much as he hates her. We fought him once, but I don't remember where.
He hates the sword? That's
He wants to destroy it.
He wants to break it.
it's just a sword, right? Without a wielder, it's useless.
Oh, I suppose, regardless of wherever he may be, we just have to get to the sword first. I mean, we know where it is. So,
Yeah,
It's
maybe
up
he
on that
doesn't.
hill. Let's go get it.
let's do that.
And with that, infernal war machine engines start up, and our heroes trudge off to Haruman's Hill. As you approach, the grade becomes steeper and steeper and steeper until finally there are huge crags and rocks that you can no longer penetrate with the vehicles, and you have to go in on foot.
Oh. And I was just about to ask if our vehicles have walkie-talkies.
They do not. You have to yell to each other. Although,
I mean,
you can cast
EB
position.
radios.
You just have like plastic
Yep.
cups with strings on them.
Ned keeps leaning into his and is just like, not saying anything, but then just suddenly says, "Over."
it's actually infernal plastic cups and infernal string.
Of course.
But they're
I don't
solo
understand
cups.
the difference. They're red solo cups either way, right?
Yes, but somehow the plastic is worse.
Ugh. I shudder to think.
It has
That
extra
means-
BPA.
Yeah, that means that Avernus is gonna have a greenhouse gas problem pretty soon too.
I think Avernus has more to worry about than that.
In any case,
If you look really closely at the bottom of the cup, there's no recycle symbol.
gross.
We have some semblance of Jay back, I think.
Jay, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Affirmative.
No? Yes?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sort of.
Sweet. Yeah, like, my computer, for some reason, isn't letting Discord work, so I'm making do with my phone.
It'll do. Only got about half an hour left in the session anyway. In any case, who is carrying the
Alright.
map of Avernus?
That'll be me.
All right. Then from Vice's pack, you hear a mumble. A rumbly mumble. Behold, Zariel's dog crucified those who betrayed his mistress in battle. Please place your tokens at the south end of the map close to Lulu somewhere. As you approach the hill, you see wrought iron trees line a trail that leads to the summit of a steep hill. Anguished knights are impaled on the tree's metal branches, their bodies writhing in torment as bloated sturges feast on their blood. Near the end of the trail, there is a small stone obelisk, to which there is affixed a small infernal iron plaque that reads Coward's Way.
What do you think the coward's way is referring to?
I would know about the coward's way, wouldn't I?
Probably
No.
not.
I think it's actually a misprint up there. I think they just smushed the S a little too close to the first word. It's actually coward sweat. We're supposed to dance as we go down this trail.
Gotcha. Yeah, we got a shimmy. Well, generally speaking, what is considered to be the coward's way out of difficult situations is the choice to take
Run.
one's own life.
That's the easy way.
Ah, that's the easy way. My bad.
But
Yeah,
isn't
no,
the
run.
coward's way
Run's
usually
the other
easy
one.
way?
Can we find the easy way instead?
Is the obelisk behind us, or is it up here near the top of the trail?
It's like Ned's basically standing on it.
Oh,
Oh, excuse me.
There's no obelisk there, but that's where it would be. It's not like huge, it's small, and it's just got a little plaque on it, so you can stand over it without any difficulty. You can occupy the same square.
maybe they just meant to name this path Coward's Way.
Ned, as you
Yeah.
step onto the path to move out of the way so that everyone else can have a look at the obelisk, you see on the tree that this knight is impaled on, there is also another small metal infernal iron plaque.
Can I read it?
Can you read infernal? Actually, no, it's in common. It says dereliction of duty.
Huh. You see that? Dereliction of duty, and it's got a guy getting sucked by sturges.
Looking at the next tree down the line, do we see that there's a similar plaque on that tree?
He has to get a little closer, because the plaques are not large.
Take a step up here.
At that distance, you can definitely see a very similar plaque with exactly the same wording, dereliction of duty. The names, however, are mostly lost to the sands of time.
I think this might be a warning of what's to come if you don't do the job that you set for to do. Maybe that's why they call it Coward's Way. I walk farther up the path. Is there another
do a job?
Is there another plaque on this tree?
There is, and you can't read it quite from that distance. From that distance, you can very clearly see that this one also says dereliction of duty.
Jeez, a lot of people lick their duty.
It was said that these were traitors, in a sense, to Zariel's cause.
It's quite possible. Looking at the bodies that are being sucked on by the sturges, are they humanoid, devil, demon?
They look... I think those three are all human.
Okay. Interesting. So maybe this isn't to do with Zariel themselves.
Yeah, who said anything about Zariel?
Yeah, this is Harriman's Hill.
Looking farther up.
There does appear to be another tree up there.
What does that one say?
As you approach this tree at the top of the hill,
Rossi, move your token.
Razi's taking a nap.
I'm not. Do you have your exit buddy?
That guy's had better days.
Near the summit of the hill, impaled on the largest of the iron trees, is an elf warrior with protruding fangs and glowing red eyes. And even at this distance, you can see that the sturges are not feeding on this creature. They are pumping blood into him to keep him sustained. And he writhes in pain with every breath.
It seems unsanitary from a doctor's perspective.
The plaque on this tree, Francis, you can see from this distance, also says dereliction of duty, but the name is not lost. It says Jander Sunstar.
So they appear to be conscious.
He is not only conscious, he is very visibly writhing in pain at being impaled.
Excuse me, what are you doing up there on that tree?
He looks down and says, "Cut me down. Cut me down. Ugh, so my soul can leave this accursed place."
Hold on. Would I have read anything about a Jander Sunstar?
Roll me a history check. You would know that there was a Hell Rider named Jander Sunstar who, a long, long time ago, was cursed into unlife as a vampire which was the original impetus for the creation of the holy nation of Elturgard's companion, to keep the light of the sun over the land at all times, to ward off the incoming vampire plague. But Jander Sunstar joined the Hell Riders in order to try to scour the vampire plague from the land.
I would reiterate this to the group.
He
So you
speaks down as you're telling the story. You've left out the best part. Haruman and I were both part of the host of warriors that rode out with Zariel on her assault into the Nine Hells. You can see a Sturge is now squirting blood into his neck. After charging through the portal into Avernus, I panicked, and I fled back to Elturel. I betrayed my braver comrades by sealing the portal off behind them, trapping them here. I never revealed my shameful retreat and my betrayal of Lady Zariel. It was a badge of shame that the Hell Riders, as we came to be known, would wear in secret until the grave. But I couldn't take it. After years of anguish, I chose to face the sun, and I threw myself on Lathander's mercy. But his ears were deaf to me. And so, I was condemned to suffer here for my sins in life.
I'm gonna cast Enlarge on him.
What?
No, you are not. No.
Well, if he gets bigger, then he's gonna like break the branch of the tree and fall off.
We don't want.
Made out of infernal iron.
Ah,
All the trees are made out of iron.
But he
Okay.
could pull himself off.
yeah, if he's bigger.
I just think
Yeah.
he's
What did
going to kill
what did I
us.
say
is all.
earlier about getting information before we do anything?
Well, I'm cursed, and my curse is making me want to cry, so I'm trying to help.
Oh yeah, you would
Touche.
want to help.
All right, go for it.
You okay? You wanna show the spell literature and cast your spell slot and all that?
Sure. Here we go.
You did choose neutral evil, right?
I did.
Okay.
But I am still cursed, right?
Yeah, the curse is not abated. So he goes from size medium to size large, and now he's impaled still, but the wounds look smaller by comparison, but because he's grown larger now, like he's grown into more of the tree's branches, which are impaling him in other places.
Oh, can you push yourself off there, laddie?
He just looks down at you and says, I've been trying that for a century now.
All right.
I mean, you're bigger. You can maybe get a little more leverage.
Leverage isn't the... It's...
Ned gets big.
I'll release the spell so he goes smaller again.
Okay.
And I reach over and I attempt to pull him off.
You pull him off, you grab him by the leg, and you start to yank him, and he crumbles into dust. At which point,
I didn't do it.
I need everyone to roll initiative. That is a lot of 17s.
Holy cow!
And a 7.
Who are we missing? Vice.
Trying to make sure my token's selected.
I have a 10 as my dex.
14.
Vargas, what's your dex?
Yeah, I'm just changing my health because it's gone back to 14 for some reason.
So
I don't know why it always does this. My
Ned
dex
Ned and Vargas
is...
both have a 14 dex, is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
He can go first.
No, I thought up a mechanic for this. Do either of you have any dexterity skills trained?
Nope.
Ned?
Nope.
Alright, then yeah, it's up to you guys.
Mechanic.
The Sturges all begin to buzz around from their trees, and they're swooping down now in an attack posture.
Do you want to go before me, Vargas?
I mean, I guess it's going to be the same, essentially. If I were
We'll
to
just-
move, how many opportunity attacks would I take?
They're all up at the top of the tree, where
Okay.
Jander Sunstar was.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is move then. I'm going to move over to here. And let's see. I'll just shoot a good old ray of frost at one of the Sturges.
Ooh, nice.
That is a crit.
Hello.
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my god!
25 damage on a ray of frost on a creature that has 2 hit points. Do you want to narrate how it spectacularly dies?
Alright, as Vargas shoots this ray of frost, it just freezes one of those Sturges from that tree like solid, and as it falls down, no longer flying, just shatters.
Okay, down goes one of the Sturges. That's some of your movement and your action. Will you be doing anything else on your turn?
Nah, that's it.
Geneticus. I'll say you can probably just hop up and smack one of them in the face, sure. You definitely trash one of them. However, the flail gets wrapped around one of the wrought iron branches of the tree, and you have to wrest it. Will you be doing anything else in your turn? You might be muted.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm going to step over, and that's it.
I'm gonna run here next to Vice. The Sturge that's in the bottom right here. Toll the Dead.
It's a wisdom save?
Yeah, Wisdom 14. On to Vice.
I'm gonna wince and aim my crossbow at it.
You definitely, like, as you're loading it, you fire it into the ground next to Ned's foot.
Shoot. Alright. That'll be my turn. Trying to preserve my spell slots.
These 3 Sturges are going to swarm on Ned. Missing 3 times.
The one closest to me, I'm gonna get a Sentinel attack on. 19 to hit, 11 slashing.
You slice it to ribbons. One is going to attack Lulu. That's a hit.
Jesus.
And it affixes itself to Lulu. One is going to attack Frankie.
Hits.
Affixes itself to Frankie.
So I take 7.
Yes. One is going to attack Vice.
Protection.
So disadvantage. Does an 18 hit you? What's your armor class, Vice? 19?
19.
Okay, so it misses.
Yay!
To,
It actually
attack
worked
Rozzy.
that one.
That's a 6 and a 15. What's your armor class, Rozzy? 16?
16.
Yeah, so those two miss. Now, let's see. How much movement do they have? 40 feet? This one's going to dash. These ones are all going to dash. But that means, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 more are going to attack Rozzy. Three of them hit.
Oof.
That's a total of 16 piercing damage, and Rozzy has 3 Sturges currently draining the blood from her. Rozzy.
Give me 1 second to read this. It takes an action per Sturge to detach them from me.
Or you can just kill it.
I can just... Okay, that's what I was asking. So, yeah, I'm going to attack 2 of the 3, hopefully, that are attached.
Okay. That's a hit. I'm sure your bonuses are enough to kill it, but roll me damage anyway. Yeah. You carve that one up real good.
All right, next one.
Carve that one up real good too. So now only one of them is affixed to you. It's like stuck to your elbow.
Cool, cool. I end my turn.
At the beginning of the second round of combat.
Okay.
Would Lulu take any action?
Oh yeah, Lulu's gonna trunk smash one of these things.
The one that's attached to her?
Ideally, the one that's
Yes.
attached to her.
Yay!
Great.
She did it!
Lulu wraps her trunk around the Sturge's stinger, yanks it out, smacks it on the ground, and drop kicks it with both feet, and it tumbles into the dust in 3 pieces.
Hell yeah.
You go, Lulu.
But at the start of the second round of combat,
The psycho music I'm hearing doesn't bode well.
I'm looking for it. Where is it? There it is. An old friend comes to visit.
Ah.
This one, however, isn't carrying a lance like the other Narzagon was. It's carrying, instead, a very large two-handed sword, and its armor looks much more intricate and menacing.
Oh crap.
And
He may
as
have
it
her sword.
reaches its sword back into the sky, it grows in length to about the length of a lance. And it charges at you. It's about 300 feet away, but the nightmare that it's riding closes more than half that distance in 6 seconds. And that brings it to Vargas.
Oof. Okay. So how far away is it now?
About 120 feet or so.
I cast slow on the horse, on the Narzagon, on the Sturge next to me, the Sturge down here next to Rozzy,
Close to Smoke the
and...
Richer. I don't think you can do that. They have to be within a 40-foot cube.
Oh yeah, 40-foot cube. No, you're right, you're right. Okay, I guess I cast it on it and the Narzagon.
Okay, let me put the tokens on the board then so I can roll saving throws for them.
Okay.
What is that? Wisdom save?
Yeah, wisdom save.
19 slowed.
Yay! Yeah, yay. He only moves 75 feet now.
Bought us maybe a little bit of time.
They're not right there. They're 120 feet away. But I had to put their
Okay.
tokens on the board so I could roll their saving throws.
All right. And so now that I've done that, I will use some movement.
When that happens, when you cast the spell on the Narzugon, a tree sprouts up behind you with a small plaque on it with your name on it. And underneath your name it says assaulting an officer.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
You fail and you are frightened of Haruman.
Okay. That's could have been worse.
I mean, to be fair, we're all frightened of Aruman.
Either that or your self-preservation instincts aren't working very well.
So that means I can't. Can I move up here if I'm frightened of him? I'm not sure if that's toward or still away.
It's lateral movement.
Okay. In that case, I'll move there, then here. And now I don't want that to fade. Oh, God. That. Okay. And I will move. So that was 2, right? So I still have 3 left. 1, 2, and 3. Yep. So we'll probably take an attack opportunity.
From the Sturge.
Yep.
So it affixes itself to you.
Yep. Damn.
But
I
they're
was going to
tiny,
use
so
my.
it doesn't really affect your movement.
Right.
Also, that's
That's gonna-
7 piercing damage, so you need to make a constitution, or what do you call it?
Concentration.
Concentration check.
Damn. I was really, really hoping that I could just use shield, but it didn't work.
You could have.
I wouldn't have. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so you lost now concentration on the slow spell.
Yep. Beautiful.
Oof.
Yeah, if I'd used shield, it just would have, still hit either way, so. Crap. Never mind. On to Ned.
Well, I guess I'll start swatting at these Sturges. This one first.
Did you take off the Sturge that Trunk smashed? I think it was this one.
It's dead. I think it was here, next to Lulu.
Oh,
Well, I missed, so I'm going to hit it the same one. 19.
You cave its face in.
I mean, I guess that's it.
all right. I'm gonna slap Ned on the ass, and cast heroism. So you gain 3 temporary hit points, and you're immune to being frightened.
Excellent.
And it's concentration. And that is Yeah, that's all I'm going to do. On device.
I'm just imagining after you slapping Ned on the ass, a twig appears behind you with your name on it that says sexual harassment.
Go ahead.
I mean, regardless of anything else, that statement was worth everything that's happened in this campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one for the session?
That's
Alright.
it. You win.
Cool beans.
Just FYI, sturges are size tiny.
We don't know what you're trying to get at.
I'm not giving you any bigger hint than that. Francis, will you be doing anything else in your turn?
No, it's Vice's turn.
Okay, Vice.
That message was like specifically for me, or what?
Oh, I know what you're trying to get at. Can I still make a movement?
It's been not your turn for many turns now.
Oh, come on. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I mean, if there was ever a time for crowd control, it's probably now. Spirit Guardians.
Alright, that's a 20-foot radius, so all these Sturges have to make, what is it, dex saves? Wisdom saves.
Yeah. And if all of them only have 2 health, then...
Yeah, they should all die anyway.
Yeah.
Even if they save. It's one way to take care of a problem.
Groundskeeper Willie comes out and sweeps them all away.
It sounds a little bit like wind chimes just everywhere around us, but no, it's just the jingling of keys. Essentially, yeah. I'm
Everyone move away from the nightmare.
This is... Oh, shoot. Wrong thing. This is the tree, yes?
That is the tree.
Cool. I'm gonna put that between myself and the nightmare.
So you're gonna hide up against the tree?
Yeah, just give myself something to have some kind of, I don't know, hope for any amount of advantage against the possible mental anguish that I'm about to experience.
Cover is cover.
Probably going to be right. So the Narzagon is going to close in then.
Spirit Guardians.
What's going to happen? Right, it's going to have to... I need you to roll me another instance of damage.
Yep.
Ooh.
And one more instance of damage?
No, we'll just use it for both of them.
Alright.
And now the Narzagon is not happy. So let's see, that's... I need everyone to roll me a charisma saving throw except Ned, because he has heroism working on him.
And Lulu gets +3 to hers. You said it's charisma save?
Correct.
How's an 8?
Well, I mean,
Oh, wait,
I'm
I rolled
already
5.
frightened.
How did I roll the 8?
I think Rozzy gets... Oh, maybe not.
Nope.
Never mind.
Just out of range.
Do I need to do another roll because I'm still terrified?
This is actually a separate terror effect, right? They don't
So I
stack.
can be
You can't be
double
frightened for more than
terrified?
one thing, but this one has a 24-hour cooldown time. So if you make the saving throw against this one, you can't be affected by it again.
Nice.
Okay.
So I need you to make the saving throw anyway. Okay, so you're just still afraid from the other thing. Francis is not afraid.
I've never
Is
been
not
afraid.
Lulu is not afraid. Vice and Razi, you're the only ones that are smart enough to realize that you should turn tail and run. And now the Narzagon is really going to unleash hell. What's your armor class, Ned?
That it's 21.
My name is Hernando, and I'm scared of them.
That's 30
Except
Oof.
I'm going to use um
Ooh.
going to use my cloud rune. So as he reaches out and hits, the cloud pops up in front of me and at the hindquarters of the nightmare, and it hits the nightmare instead.
The fire doesn't seem to bother the nightmare, however, the lance definitely does. Okay, he's going to try another couple more times here and see what happens. That's a miss. That's also a miss.
Plus 10 to the attack? Oh, shit.
Yeah. Don't pull your punches.
At which point, the nightmare and the Narzagon go ethereal. And vanish from sight. Razi.
You know,
When they disappear from the plane, does the frightened effect go away too?
It
yeah,
does not.
that's why. Pause. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna run. 10.
Well, you
I'm
don't
not afraid of
have
that
to
charge,
run.
though, right?
You're not afraid of the Sturge, no.
I bet I'm gonna attack this Sturge.
Let's see some damage. The Sturge is no longer affixed to Vargas.
Ah, thank you, Razzie. Oh,
Hey,
Where
man,
are
we
you
should
going?
get the hell out of here.
I mean, yeah, I suppose you're not wrong. Run away.
That's
Alright,
it for me.
then that brings it to Lulu. Lulu just looks at all of you and says, "Run!" And she flaps her wings as fast as they'll carry her.
Why'd you say run?
'Cause you don't have wings.
Smartass.
And that brings it
Cowards.
back to the top of the round and Vargas.
Alright, well, that does seem to be the plan, so I make it to about here.
Dashy dashing.
Dashy dashy, yep. So on to Ned.
All right. So Ned is going to yell out, "Stop running, you cowards." No wonder it was called the Coward's Way. And he's going to swing at the spot where the nightmare was.
Okay, just for shits and giggles, roll me an attack roll anyway.
By the way, Kenji, do I get to make a save on the fear that I had from before? The other one?
Oh,
Wanna-
what was that effect from?
The
That was
tree
from
that
the
came up behind me?
tree. Yeah, at the end of your turn, you can roll another saving throw.
Okay. It's charisma, right?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
You're still afraid.
Nope.
That tree is bafflingly terrifying. In any case, Ned, you wrap your chain around one of the branches on the tree.
I will rip it free and wait for the thing to appear.
Okay, Frankie.
I'm going to take a step around here towards Vice. Actually, no, I'm going to go right here to where I last saw it. And I'm going to hold my action to make 2 attacks on Vice. Sorry, make an attack when it gets into range. So, Vice's turn.
So I'm scared, right?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna freeze up and just kind of collapse in full fetal position. I'm gonna say I go prone. I'm just clutching my keys and I'm fervently praying to Torm, begging for some amount of bravery or strength.
The keys fall from your hand, and one of them, the symbol to Torm, scratches out in the dirt, "Run."
No, I can't do that.
And that brings it to the Narzagon.
No. Hold on, I got a saving throw, sir.
Oh yeah, at the end of your turn. That's right.
Charisma.
I didn't make it,
No, you didn't.
but I'm not going anywhere.
At which point, the Narzagon, having ridden through the ethereal plane, moves to this side of Ned and tries to smack him from behind.
Oof.
That's 29 damage, 10 piercing and 19 fire. You are
I'm going
resistant to
to-
fire, right?
I am resistant, but I'm going to use my brand new ability, Runic Shield. Nope, I can't do that. So, yeah, so that's like 19 damage. Is that right?
Round up, right? So that's 20. Damage and hit points, you round up.
That's a chunk.
First lance.
Oof.
So that's another 21. And just to be a jerk, he's gonna spear Vice. Missing.
It's not. Nuh-uh.
At which point, they
Protection.
move into the ethereal plane again.
Didn't they already use that to come from the material to the material?
Wait, I closed the thing down. Normally, yes, but this is Haruman on his hill, so when he makes an attack, he gets to come out of the ethereal plane.
Okay, gotcha.
And so they go back now into the ethereal plane. At which point, Lulu kind of flies a little further away from Haruman out of respectful fear, and that brings it to Razi.
Do I roll a save to not be afraid of dude anymore?
At the end of your turn.
Okay. I run away screaming. Can I roll my save now? Is it charisma save?
Yes. You are still afraid.
Ah.
Vargas.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, I've been running. Okay. I'm going to move over to this tree over here. And if I see Harmon get close at all, I'm going to use suggestion to command the phrase vanish. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Ned.
I thought you'd never ask. I'm hopping in the pool of gross stuff. And like hoping it does
Make
something.
a
Cannonball.
Constitution saving throw. It is really, really gross.
Good to know.
But you managed to wrest your way out of it. Most of it hasn't penetrated too far through your armor as of yet.
Oh. Okay. Well. So I get out of it. Is that what you said?
I mean, if you want to spend your movement to get out of it, yes.
Well, I use my movement just to get there. So I guess I can't do that.
Unless you want to use your action to dash.
True. All right. Well, what you said was terrifying, so I'm going to do that. And I'm going to use my bonus action to use Hill Rune, which gives me resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Can you post the literature? Okay. I'm guessing that's because that's everything except a little bit of movement that you're done.
That is correct.
I'll run over here next to Vice, and I will again hold my action to attack when he gets in range onto Vice.
Vice is gonna shake herself out of her panic, use half of her movement to stand up and fumble with her keys and shove them back in her pocket. She'll turn to Francis and she'll say, "We need to go. I'm gonna throw a second level healing word at Ned." And then, because I've already used half of my movement, I can only move this far.
Ned, did you?
If anybody has bottles to put demon ichor, they probably should put demon ichor in bottles. Cough, cough.
Well, I'd love to do that the next time we're around this convenient pool of demon ichor, but at the moment we're in a bit of a situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe sometime when you're not about to die.
What if it's the only one?
Well, then we can come back.
Was
When
Weiss's
the nightmare's not here.
ability still active? Because
It
like
is.
because every time that
No.
thing appeared, wouldn't it have to like make it some a save?
It shouldn't be because I'm frightened.
No, that's got nothing to do with your spirit guardians.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that has any effect on it.
Oh, so that'll be 2 rolls, sir, please.
We're not retconning that. We'll do that when it comes back.
All right.
So then you need me to charisma save?
Yes, it's the end of your turn.
If you had stayed close to me, you could get +3. Actually, you're within 10 feet. You're good.
Yep. I could theoretically use my action to dash, but I'm not gonna do that. All right, that'll be my turn.
You already used your action to heal, right?
No, that
That
was a
was
bonus
the heal
action healing
word.
word.
Ah, that's right.
So then charisma save.
Yep.
Oof.
You are still afraid.
That's my
Alright,
turn.
they're going to pop out, at which point, first, they're going to make a couple of saving throws. That, I believe, passes. You want to roll me another instance of damage, please, Vice?
Yep.
So they're both going to take 7. And then... Frankie,
Mm-hmm.
you had an action prepared, right?
I did. So I
go
get
for
2
it.
attacks, and I'm hitting the Narzagon.
Yeah.
14.
Nope. Clangs off its plate.
Neither
This
one of them.
one just whiffs.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, the first thing the Narzagon is going to do is he's going to Hellfire Lance Vice. That's a miss, right?
So did the held action use my reaction?
Yeah, if you hold an action, it takes your reaction.
Okay, thank you.
It's going to try again. Your armor class is 17, is that right?
It's 19.
19, you have your shield up. That one hits.
No, I'm going to use that thing that I said I couldn't use before. So runic shield. I'll put it up. Basically, if somebody gets hit, I can decide that they didn't.
Okay, so it doesn't hit. At which point, they fade into the ethereal plane again.
Their little blink ability is
I'm
much-
gonna
Because you
go
can't win this fight.
hide behind this
yeah,
tree.
I figured that one out.
I get the distinct feeling that we can't win this fight.
Guess they're gonna get murdered.
Ah, yes, a 7. Exactly what I needed.
Murdered with style.
Shall we be playing into the wee hours of the morning? Or
Yeah, we're already 20 minutes over, guys. Why are you pressing into this fight?
So my plan is to run away.
Yeah, same.
Oh, never would have
Yeah.
guessed.
No, I mean, I not until now. I
The
was
good word of
hoping the
form
pool of
has
demon ichor would do something unexpected, but it didn't.
It might have, but not anything that's going to be useful enough to you that it's going to turn the tide of a battle against a creature of this magnitude.
All right, so I think everybody's intention is to run away. Is that
Yeah, full action dash.
All right, me. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my action to if the Narzagon gets close to me, I'm going to make a suggestion that it let us go, and that is gonna be back to Ned.
I know when I'm licked. Oh, and by the way, it's nice being able to move 30 feet now that that new book is official.
Don't you have increased movement from being size large?
No, not technically.
That's dumb.
Oh, I totally agree. It's so weird.
So that was movement and action to dash.
Yes.
Would I be able to run, grab Vice, and pull her with me as I'm running?
You can certainly try, but that will probably slow you down, right? It's a grapple and force movement.
Yep, that's fine. So I'll run up and I'll put my hands on her back and throw her arm over my shoulder and start running with her.
Vice, do you resist?
no.
Okay, so at that point
I don't
you're gonna be
recommend it,
moving
but I don't resist.
at half movement speed. But you can still move and dash.
Yeah, so that was 10 feet already, so I would be able to another 25 feet. So that would get us right. So you put yours right here.
Yeah.
After I'm done moving, I would put you down and say, run.
I'm trying. Right. I can make it to right here. And yeah, that's as far as I make it. It'll be my turn.
Okay, at which point the Narzagon and the Nightmare come back from the ethereal plane and they just stand there looking menacing as you flee.
Fly, you fools! That was my Gandalf.
You're almost at the point with the Gandalf hair.
Okay, so technically I have to keep running from this guy, but I can only move so far, my guy.
Well, if
I
you
don't
make it to
think
the
you
end of the map, you can run off of it and disappear. And we'll say you escaped.
So I don't think you technically have to run.
You don't have to run, but you cannot move closer.
Right.
Oh, really? I thought you had to run.
If you run
Just
towards
can't move
this thing,
closer.
you're going to die.
I mean, with the fear effect, you don't have to run, but you can't move closer. And if you can see him, Then
Get
any attacks
disadvantage.
you make has disadvantage. Yeah.
And my turn.
All right, at the end of the turn, everyone is in full flight. The Narzagon is standing at the top of the hill menacingly as everyone flees before it.
Well, that was pointless.
And out of nowhere, burrowing out of the ground, comes a very strange-looking creature. It stings Lulu. Lulu's eyes glaze over, and she falls to the ground, at which point the wasp grabs it and burrows back into the earth.
It being Lulu? He's
It
a
being the
person.
hell wasp.
What?
As you all flee from Haruman's Hill, you can see off in the distance the hell wasp burrows out of the ground and takes off into the sky with Lulu's limp body in its claws. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yay.
Well, that's not like a total feeling of despair at all.
You're welcome. Sorry for running a little bit over, everybody. We are Crit Cats. Thanks for watching. Remember, you can watch previous episodes of this campaign and others on our YouTube channel. You can also follow us on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, some other stuff that I'm forgetting at this point. And if you look in Twitch chat now, you can get the info for our Discord server and come and hang out and play some games with us.
And we're not playing Avernus next week.
That is correct. In observance with the Memorial Day holiday, we'll be off next week. But we'll be back Wednesday with what could possibly be the finale of Tomb of Annihilation. We'll see you then.
Bye.